I got nightmares in my head, I fear thoughts build up until I can't hear. My mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Hi guys, welcome to trial day 22. We'll be going into the afternoon session. Very interesting expert witness that's on the stand now. Come on, boy. Kevin Hoyland. We'll be talking a little bit more about him in due course. We're going to go straight to the testimony now, but good to see everyone here. Sharon, Susan, good to see you guys. Yes, I'll lay you down in a second.
And just before I publish the CAS PowerPoint, Judge, the AT&T records were marked as states 146. I'm going to move those into evidence at this time.
Well, based on what I indicated before, that's
Stage 146 admitted as full.
So Kevin Hoyland is ex-FBI. He also was involved in the cell phone data review
And
in
Agent
the...
Hoyland, I am going to be displaying your PowerPoint. However, you have the hard copy in front of you too if you need to refer to it. Is that all right?
Sounds great.
The Chris Watts case and the Patrick Frazee case. Now, some of you mentioned the Morphew case. I think he was involved in the Stork trial as well. He's based in Colorado, and those cases all were Colorado cases. We're now going to look at a PowerPoint presentation that he's put together, so this should be quite interesting.
All right. Agent Hoyland, can you just tell us what this first page is?
This first page is just the traditional cover sheet indicating the phone numbers that I looked at, the corresponding FBI case, and when I completed the analysis.
So just to note, he's also looking at Michelle Troconis's AT&T records, which I think is going to be quite valuable here, right?
And can we just go to the next page, page 2? Can you briefly just tell the jury how a cell phone works and communicates with a cellular network?
Of course. So while your phone's on and in your pocket, it's constantly scanning its environment, and it's looking for cell sites associated with your carrier. So if you have a Verizon phone, it's only looking for Verizon cell towers. You could be standing right next to an AT&T one, your phone would never see it. But while it's looking for those cell towers, it's taking measurements, and it's recording which tower and corresponding sector, which I'll probably touch on in a moment, it sees as best. And it creates a log in the phone of all of the cell towers it sees as best. So that when you hit send on your phone reaches out to that particular tower and says, hey, I have a phone call to make. The tower accepts that call, records that information in your call detail record, and your call goes ahead and goes through. You end up talking to your friend on the other line. That's the basis of how the phone works.
So what was really interesting when I wrote the book Murder Most Foul, you had Kevin Hoyland doing cell phone data analysis, but specifically trying to track the cell phone through very mountainous terrain. I've actually driven through there. It's sort of in the area of Divide. I'm just trying to think. Cripple Creek, Florissant, extremely mountainous terrain. And so, you know, as he's just saying, your phone's not going to kind of ping onto any tower. It's going to ping on the tower that it's related to. But the very valuable work that he did was he showed how Kelsey Barrett's phone and Patrick Frazier's phone, and then in a separate analysis, also Crystal Kenny's phone, basically were moving at this, in the same direction at the same time. And that was very, very important evidence in that case.
And if we can go to the next slide. Now, you mentioned a cell tower. What is a cell tower?
So a cell tower, sometimes known as a cell site, it's traditionally it was those big ugly things on the side of highways, those big metal structures that have antennas all over them. Nowadays, they've become a little bit smaller, right? They're 4G, and now with 5G, you see little antennas on the sides of buildings. Actually, we can see some on the side of that apartment complex right there at the roof. See those little white things, the FAR apartment complex, those little 3 or 4 white vertical pieces straight out there.
Let's see.
That's a cell tower.
Camera pan.
They're on the sides of buildings. They're on top of light poles. They're no longer those big behemoths. But all of those things are what the phone uses to communicate with the network. And that is what your phone uses to exchange radio frequency, which has your voice or your text or your internet surfing on it. So they're sort of all over the place these days.
And you mentioned that the phone will reach out to the strongest tower. Is that correct?
The phone's going to reach out to the best tower, the
Best
tower it
tower.
sees as best. So cleanest, clearest, and overall best signal based on the network parameters and priorities. So that's not always going to be the closest tower, but it will always be the tower that the phone saw as best at that spot on the earth.
And what records do cell phone companies keep based on the activity you just described?
So I had referred to call detail records. They're essentially billing records. It just says who called who, when that call occurred, date, time, how long it lasted. What separates call detail records from billing records, though, is it also gives us that last piece of information. What cell tower did the phone utilize for that particular call?
If we just go to the next, well, actually, before we go to the next slide, you had also mentioned sectors earlier. You said you were going to get to that. Can you explain what a sector is?
Yeah, and actually, it might be easiest if we could move one slide ahead.
Sure.
To help visualize it. So the design on the right here, imagine you're in the air and you're looking down on top of a cell tower. A cell tower, it covers 360 degrees, a circle, right? Most towers are broken up into sectors, and most commonly 3 sectors is the orientation that towers have. So if you take 360 degrees of a circle divided by 3, each sector covers approximately 120 degrees. That information is also provided in the call detail record. So not only do we know the cell tower, but we know which sector the phone had utilized. And this becomes important because it can help us help infer the location of the phone relative to the tower. So in this hypothetical behind me, imagine the phone had recorded this tower and sector 1. We would know that in this case, sector 1 points due north, that the phone had to be somewhere north of that tower. Because if it was southwest of that tower or southeast of that tower, it would have chosen sector 2 or sector 3 for the call. In this case, it chose sector 1. So again, we know that the phone is somewhere north of that tower at that point in time to see that tower and sector as best.
Do records held by phone companies typically encompass data information such as FaceTime calls or FaceTime audio calls?
Those particular types of transactions, so anything related to an app, which FaceTime, iMessage, all of those things are carried over the data side of the network. So all the carriers have 3 distinct sets of information. There's voice calls, there's text messages, and then there's data.
We found home here.
But even if we had, it wouldn't show us transactional levels of detail. So it wouldn't show us a FaceTime call. All it would show is that at some point a data session had opened up, it had requested resources from a tower, it remained open for a period of time, bytes were exchanged up and down, and then it closed. We can't infer what's going on when those situations occur. The phone could have been in a FaceTime call, the phone could have been sending iMessages back and forth, could have been on WhatsApp, or the phone could have just been turned on and sitting on someone's desk and an email notification came in, or some other, pop-up where it wasn't user initiated.
And you had mentioned that you were asked to review cell phone records. Actually, can we have the next slide? And would you just explain to the jury what we're seeing in this slide?
Sure. So these particular illustrations are what we will see most commonly in the slides and the maps that I completed for this report. So the pie wedge that you see behind me, that reflects the sector the phone had utilized at the timestamp shown. One thing to point out is that the shaded area on that pie wedge, that's not the coverage area. I want to be very clear about that. That is merely a visual to help understand that that's the direction that that particular sector faces. At the bottom, you see a call-out box. It lists the...
So, what he's driving at is basically that you are going to be able to track the movement of a phone, right? And that is really important in this case. Where is Michelle moving with Fotis? When aren't they moving together? When are they moving together? And where are they moving together? All really important questions.
Cell ID, excuse me, the phone number that had created that transaction, the timestamp, which is adjusted to local time, whether or not it was an incoming call or text message or outgoing, how long the call lasted is the next number, that 36 in this example. And then lastly, the far right is the opposing number. So if I spoke with you, my number, and we were looking at my records, my number would be on the left side. Your number, the number I spoke with, would be on the far right.
Now, were you asked to review records for cellular phone number ending 8625 belonging to Mr. DULOS?
Yes.
And also with respect to a cellular phone number ending 5232 belonging to Michelle Tricotis, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, and I'm just going to ask, we can go to the next slide. And this particular slide just shows the phone number and account information for that particular subscriber. Is that correct?
Correct. This is the AT&T subscriber information for number ending 8625, which comes back to Mr. DULOS.
And the next slide. And this slide provides information for Michelle Triconis' device. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is it your understanding that Maricela Areza is her mother, or you're not sure?
I'm not sure, actually.
Okay. Next slide.
So let's go back slightly. So what's quite interesting with this slide is it's showing that you can see over there that it's actually going to be looking at an extra day. What was she doing? Where was she? What were her movements on the 29th of May?
Or you're not sure?
I'm not sure, actually.
Okay. Next slide. What are we seeing here?
There was a handful of locations that investigators had provided to me in support of me doing my analysis. Those locations are shown here with the address in the middle, as well as a corresponding map icon. On each of the slides, on the maps themselves, I have a legend where this information is there as well, so it's not like you need to memorize it. But a residence in Farmington, a property on 80 Mountain Spring Road in Farmington. There was an area in Hartford that I was asked to look at, Russell Speeder Car Wash in Avon. And then lastly, on this map, you're going to see a bunch of blue dots, and those are going to represent the other AT&T towers in the area that the phone didn't utilize during the time frame mapped out.
And did you use any particular software to map this out?
Yes.
What software is that?
So you want to take note, especially of this green icon that is going to be showing Michelle Triconis. The black icon is Fotis DULOS. And the locations are basically the car wash, which I think is I think it was the 29th. And then these other areas as well.
The software we use is known as ESPA, E-S-P-A.
And what does ESPA do?
ESPA takes the records that we receive originally from AT&T and visualizes them. So AT&T records contain a lot of the information I just mentioned. That allows us to put dots on a map, allows us to visualize which cell towers were utilized, where those cell towers are located, in correspondence or in relation to the locations provided here.
All right, you have the next slide, please.
Hi, Liesel.
All right, Agent Hoyland, I don't know if it would be easier for you to step up to the screen at this point for the next several slides.
Sure.
Just to kind of explain to the jury what we're looking at here. And just before we, there's a big screen behind you.
Is that okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
And just before we get there are various boxes, and the top of the box is blue and begins with the letter CID. Could you just indicate to the jury what that means?
Sure. So using this as an example, CID represents cell ID. So that is the AT&T identifier for the particular tower shown here. So each of these call-out boxes are associated with different events during this time period of the evening of May 23rd, 2019 through early morning hours of May 24th. So just as an example, this box up here, CID 2582, this is the tower and sector represented by CID 2582. There was a total of 4 transactions from 10:08 through 10:12 from into Mr. DULOS's device. So as you'll notice, there's 2 colors up here. Okay? Black associated with Mr. DULOS's device, and green associated with Mr. Cohen's. So whenever you see those colors, you know that that's the particular phone that we're talking about. Taken in totality, though, what we have here is a handful of activity from these 2 devices utilizing towers and sectors all facing back towards the residence. This particular cell site up here, CID 20123, is unique. It's known as a femtocell. So if anybody, either themselves or has a relative that has really poor cell phone reception in their house, they can buy a device to plug in to their internet to boost the signal, essentially. It's known as a femtocell. It gets a unique identifier, and the particular Latin long of that cell tower is the latitude and longitude of the house. What this means is that that particular femtocell is installed in the residence, and so when the phone is using that particular CID 20123, we know that the phone is at the residence or on the property.
And there's a green marker also in the center of the slide, which just indicates to the jury what that is.
Of course. So this green marker represents 80 Mountain Spring Road. As you can see, they're in close proximity to one another. But again, this is consistent with both devices being in and around that area on the evening of May 23rd, 2019 through the 12:59 a.m. on May 24th.
Okay. And I'm just going to go to the next slide. Agent Hoyland, could you just indicate to the jury what we're seeing in this slide?
Of course. So the next morning.
So I'm a little surprised you didn't really talk too much about that, but it is quite late that, think about it's 10 o'clock, past 10 o'clock at night, about 10:15, that his phone is still, in his words, transacting. That suggests that, he probably only got to sleep at about 10:30, even 11 o'clock. And then it looks like the cell activity the next morning starts at 7:16, which is fair, but do you think that is the time that Photos actually got up the next morning? So the cell phone activity seems to commence at 7:16. Remember, it looks like he got to Jennifer's home in New Canaan on a bicycle in advance of 8:05 in the morning. So do you think he woke up when his phone woke up? Just trying to have a look at these times. Looks like, I don't know if that's a 5 or an 8. That looks like 8:02, 8:02. So are these phone times giving you any information really about Photos' movements? And of course, it is referring to the activity summary up until that time. So it's not like for the whole day.
Beginning at 7:16, Mr. DULOS's device utilized the home cell site, I'll call it, the femto cell, the one that's stationed at the house, for this incoming call. At 7:45, Mr. Konis's device utilized this tower and sector up here, facing away, obviously up in Avon. There was an outgoing call placed for nearly 1,000 seconds. At 8:02, Mr. Konis's device utilized this tower and sector here back closer to the house. This would be consistent with Mr. Konis's device traveling back south towards the residence between 7:45 and 8:02. At 8:38, and again at 8:41, Mr. Konis's device used the home cell site. There were outgoing calls at that time. This would be consistent with her device now being at home at 8:38. However, prior to that, at 8:26, there was an incoming call to Mr. DULOS's device through that same home cell site. That call was an international call from a Greece number. That call was answered and lasted approximately 18 seconds.
So roughly, just to be clear, roughly 12 minutes after the call from Greece, Ms. Troconis's device utilized the home, what's the terminology?
Called the home cell site for
Home cell
simplicity's
site?
sake.
Is that
Yes.
correct?
So the chronological would be 8:02. Ms. Troconis's device is using this tower and sector here, west of the house. Then at 8:26, there's the call from Greece that is answered. And then at 8:38, Ms. Troconis's device itself places an outgoing call through the home cell site.
Next slide, please. Agent Hoyland, can you tell us what your conclusions were with respect to this slide?
Sure. So starting down here again, CID 20123, the home cell site. Mr. DULOS's device has a litany of incoming calls that are not answered. That first one is at 8:02, and they continue until 12:17. The first call that is answered, or the
So that's really quite interesting. Now, like I say, the absence of evidence is evidence. So you have one call that seemed to have been premeditated coming from Greece, which is obviously going to stick out compared to all the others. You have one call coming in at 8:26, which is basically ground zero in terms of the timeline of the crime scene, in terms of the crime being executed. The crime probably started easily around about 8:05, 6 minutes past 8. And so 25 minutes past 8, probably poor Jennifer was no longer alive at that point. So the phone coming in and being answered is going to be an alibi, a digital alibi of sorts. And then you have all of these calls that weren't premeditated, that aren't answered, which basically shows something is rotten in the state of Denmark, right?
first activity that shows user interaction would be this outgoing call at 1:19 from Mr. DULOS's device. Also of note in here is another call from Greece at 10:33. Concurrently, Mr. Konis's device.
So I must say, I don't know why we don't see trials that are more in this sort of format. PowerPoint, maps, all the data on screen, and the expert basically highlighting and directing your attention to the data and maybe helping you understand it. I really don't know why you see a person sitting in front of a microphone describing things when it can just be shown, just like you see here. Hoyland has been in the business for quite a long time. He also lectures, and so he knows how to communicate effectively. His whole job is about deciphering kind of murky communication noise and getting the signal in the noise. And you can see that has taught him to be an effective communicator. The same thing counts for in a trial. If you're not even if you've got a strong case, if you don't communicate the narrative effectively, you can lose your case, even if you're right.
Leaves the area of the residence and utilizes this tower and sector up here. At 9:38, there's an outgoing call. And then at 10:04, there's an incoming call, both through the same tower and sector. By 11:52, Her phone has returned to the house, places an outgoing call through that home cell site. Can't say, of course, where her phone was between 10:04 and 11:52. There was no activity to map out.
So I just think it's interesting that Michelle Troconis travels north during this time period, which is quite crucial when the crime is actually taking place. Bear in mind the crime scene is to the south, and based on the affidavit, it really does look like she was trying to establish an alibi. Not only did she document where she was, she took photos of herself. She met with people who were basically witnesses. But you can imagine she wouldn't want to travel if she knew a murder was being committed and she knew who it was and where it was. She really wouldn't want to be going south because it would look like, oh, are you going to assist? Are you know? And so this really does make her look uninvolved, but isn't that all by design anyway?
But that is sort of the totality of what's going on here.
And Agent Hoyland, you'll forgive me because I have a hard time seeing the screen. Can you just indicate to the jury how many missed calls Mr. DULOS had after the Greece call?
Well, I'm going to object. I don't think that's within the scope of his testimony or his purview. His testimony has to do with cell towers, not how many were answered or not answered. That's not.
So I don't really understand the defense objecting to that, right? So the question is, can you tell us how many calls Photos missed, right? And I think it's a pertinent question. So Jennifer DULOS answered Michelle Troconis answered one call, and then you had all of those other calls that were missed. What is interesting is there's a outgoing call at 11:52. I don't really know whether that is. Anyway, we'll see what that's about. There's another outgoing call at 1:19, and you can see, well, that one's in green, that one's not. So that one certainly is quite interesting. I don't know, like Schoenhorn objecting to this, I think is a little unnecessary, but it certainly, again, doesn't paint his client in a very good light. If she answered the one call and doesn't answer any of the others, you might say that that was her job. She was supposed to take his calls. Well, why not? Well, why didn't you take these calls? So, it just shows that Photos was preoccupied with something from 9 o'clock till 9:30, till 10:30, till 10:53. And then you actually see the vehicle, emerging from Jennifer's home, and then he's essentially done with that part of the crime.
Well, there was testimony that there were a number of calls that went unanswered. That's already in evidence.
Yeah.
And so counsel is asking how many went unanswered, overruled.
Totally overruled.
There was a total of 9 incoming calls that were unanswered.
And if we go back to the previous slide, was there additional unanswered calls between 7:16 and 8:41?
Yes, with Mr. DULOS's device, there was one unanswered call at 7:16, and then the call from Greece at 8:26.
Okay, so from 7:16 a.m. until 1:19 p.m., the only phone call that was answered or where there's user activity is this call from Greece. Is that correct?
I believe the 119 is an outgoing call, but yes, prior to that, there was a total of 10 incoming calls that were not answered. One answered call at 8:26.
Okay, and I think we can jump ahead 2 slides actually. Agent Hoyland, with respect to this particular slide, can you just indicate to the jury what your conclusions were?
Sure. At 1:53, Mr. Troconis's device received an incoming call from Mr. DULOS, and she had utilized the home cell site. as shown here. Mr. DULOS's device utilized this tower and sector up here near Avon to place that outgoing call. This would be consistent with the two devices not being together, not being at the home at that time.
Next slide. With respect to this slide, 3:16 to 5:16 p.m., can you just indicate to the jury what your conclusions are?
Of course. So we're still on May 24th. Here at 3:16, Mr. DULOS's device placed an outgoing call to Ms. Troconis. Ms. Troconis received that call through this tower and sector here. Mr. DULOS then placed another outgoing call to Mr. Troconis at 3:35. Mr. Troconis's device received that phone call through the tower, the home cell site that we're calling it. There was some additional activity with Mr. DULOS's device as well as Ms. Troconis's device off of this tower and sector at 3:39. Mr. Troconis used it at 3:57. At 4:06, Ms. Troconis's device now utilized this tower and sector down here to receive a text message before subsequently returning eventually to the residence at 5:16 when she received an incoming call from Mr. DULOS again. Mr. DULOS's device, interestingly enough, at 4:48 and 5:06, utilized the home cell site before returning up and using this particular tower and sector at 5:16.
So, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, all told, a lot of activity. It's a little bit of a busy slide.
So the unavoidable question is this data going to help locate poor Jennifer DULOS's body? And, you know, one possibility of many, I mean, you don't know whether her body was disposed of that Friday morning or in the afternoon, possibly with Michelle's help. But it certainly makes you wonder whether this area needs to be looked at. The area north of Farmington towards Avon, not towards Hartford, right? Hartford is that way. Something else just to kind of bear in mind is, sorry, it's not really that big. Do you think Troconis calling Fotis 4 times, essentially 3 times in 45 minutes, that's really a call every 15 minutes? Do you think that that is quite a lot? Bear in mind, there are no children in the picture. You know, it's not like we need to go and pick up the kids or something like that. Okay, Jamaica. So 3 calls, and then if you add that one, that's also another call. So, you know, essentially what we're thinking about here is that Michelle and Fotis wake up basically in the same location. Fotis goes somewhere to commit a murder. Michelle remains behind to take a call, which establishes his alibi in theory, and then they then come back together at various times in the day, and also their phones are connecting at various times during the day, and then at the end of the day they're together going into Hartford, which you actually see on cell phone on CCTV footage, and then at the end of that they go into Starbucks together. So certainly in terms of just the activities, the day starts together, it ends together, and there's plenty of little kind of networking things taking place. Let's see what else he's got.
But there was 4 total calls between Mr.
Thanks a
Troconis
lot, Al.
and Mr.
Thank you.
DULOS at 3:16, 3:35, 3:57, and 5:16.
And
Work
Agent
well.
Hoyland, I
Thanks for
wanted to
those
ask you,
memberships as
I
well.
want you to assume, with respect to CID's 51149-16 and 51149-9. I want you to assume that when Mr. Dulos's user activity occurred, that he was at 80 Mountain Spring Road for a moment. How would he be hitting off that tower all the way at the top of the slide?
Yes. So as I had mentioned earlier, the phone doesn't always use the closest tower. It's going to use the tower it sees as best. One way to think about that is here. We have, imagine we're standing in an office building or in a courtroom or at a window. We have direct line of sight to that cell tower that was on top of that roof that I had mentioned before. Now, let's say my phone sees that cell tower or cell site. Now, on the other side of the building, maybe only a block or two away, my phone sees another cell site. My phone would likely choose that one, even though it's a little bit farther away, because it has clear line of sight. There's no obstructions. The radio frequency from my phone doesn't have to go through the concrete and rebar and the rest of this courtroom and courthouse to reach the tower that's a little bit closer. So in your situation, here's the residence. There are some cell sites that are a little bit closer. This I know because I looked, is a very densely wooded area. Where this particular cell tower sits, there happens to be a ravine, sort of crisscrosses down towards the residence. When you have densely wooded area, obviously woods, trees can't grow in water, right? So what it ends up doing is it creates a funnel where radio frequency could just sort of travel right down that path. If the phones were down here and still using this cell site, that is what I believe would have happened. Unfortunately, it is too long ago to go back and do any further testing to confirm the actual coverage areas.
Understood. Next slide.
So remember I mentioned earlier they should perhaps check this area, and there is a ravine there. I wonder how well they've checked it.
All right, this is activity from 316 to 335. Can you just tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Sure. This is just a pared down version of the slide before. I'm just focusing on the two calls that I had mentioned. So at 316, Mr. Dulos placed an outgoing call that Mr. Konis's device received through this tower and sector here. And then at 335, he placed another, or his device placed another call, which Mr. Konis received at 335 at the home cell site.
And just with respect to, I mean, this information doesn't always, this information doesn't tell us exactly where a phone is that correct?
Correct. It's not a pinpoint precision, the phone is on this street corner kind of thing. We know that the phone had to see the particular towers and sectors shown as best as to wherever they were on the earth.
But what's the significance of the home cell site with relation to where a phone would be?
But as mentioned, the home cell site's unique because the femtocell, or the device that the phone would connect to at home, is designed to provide only coverage to the residence. Think of it as like Wi-Fi. If you go too far out into your yard, you might lose Wi-Fi connectivity. The same applies for a femtocell. Additionally,
I was going to say that I think he describes it as femto. It's basically the same as Wi-Fi. If you're far enough from the home, you just can't access that connection. So, this is giving you the exact location, which is quite helpful.
femtocell, you have to have phones whitelisted to use that. That means that the device, you have to tell the device that this phone, this phone, and this phone can use this particular cell site. No other phones can. So, given those two things, when the phone is using the 20123s, that tells me that it is most likely at residence.
All right, and this is activity summary 524.19, 747 to 827. Can you indicate for the jury what we're looking at here?
Of course. So as you can see later in the evening on May 24th, Mr. Dulos's device travels away from the residence and utilizes this particular tower and sector here at 747. This is in the vicinity of Albany Avenue there in Hartford. He makes an outgoing call to Mr. McElwain, is my understanding. At 8:15 and at 8:26,
Did he say Mawini?
Mr. Konis's device received incoming calls through the home cell site, putting, again, the device home at that moment. And then at 8:27, Mr. DULOS's device placed an outgoing call through the home cell site. That tells us at some point between 7:47 and 8:27, Mr. DULOS's device traveled from the Hartford area back to the residence.
Next slide. All right, and now we're jumping ahead to May 29, 2019, 8:39 a.m. to 9:13 a.m. and then 2:20 p.m. is the slide. Could you just indicate for the jury what we're looking at here?
Happy to. So on this morning at 8:39, Mr. Konis's device received again an incoming call through the home cell site. Roughly 18 minutes later, her device utilized this tower and sector here for an incoming call, before then utilizing this cell site up here adjacent to the Russell Speeder car wash. That was for an outgoing call at 9:12, and then followed by an incoming call at 9:13. Both of those numbers were with, both of those calls were with a number 203-918-4877, which was provided to me as another phone number for Mr. DULOS. Now, jumping forward in the day, we pick back up at 2:20. Miss Traconis's device utilizes that same tower and same tower, different sector at 2:20 for an incoming text message, consistent with her device being back up in the area of the Russell Speeder car wash.
And I want to direct your attention.
So why do you think it was necessary for, and this may sound like a stupid question, but why do you think it was necessary for Michelle Traconis to accompany Fotis Doulos to the car wash? Have you ever accompanied someone to wash their car? I mean, just for the purposes of washing their car. Conversely, have you had someone go with you just for the purposes of washing your car? So think about it in that sense, but also thinking about it in the sense of just the simple question, why was it necessary for Michelle Traconis to go along? Because this is almost the worst thing that implicates her. You know, besides where she's in the Raptor and her hand is sticking out, now she's actually traveling with the murder vehicle, traveling with a vehicle that probably had Jennifer Dulos's remains in it. And she's now basically being associated with not only that vehicle, but going to wash it. And so the question then is, why is she going along to begin with? Kate says, I have asked a friend to come with me. So do you think Fotis just needed some company? Do you think they just wanted to hang out? So yeah, that's a good answer. Bear in mind, it's not their vehicle, right? This is very extraordinary. They're going to clean somebody else's vehicle, which means you've got to kind of drop that vehicle off and get rid of it. And then that means you've got to be able to have another vehicle to drive somewhere else. Obviously, if you're cleaning your own vehicle, you don't need another vehicle to collect your vehicle. You just clean your own vehicle and then you drive your own vehicle home. As soon as it's not your vehicle, you need another vehicle to, locomote yourself, transport yourself, having cleaned the vehicle, right? I'm also not sure after cleaning the vehicle how it got to where it eventually got to, and how do you not then leave DNA or fingerprints? Did they do another wash once it got home? It would be interesting to know. But I mean, it just shows you the extraordinary situation that was going on, that they borrowed a vehicle, and now and it's an old vehicle that probably not had many washes in its entire life, and now it's being washed by the people who use the vehicle. And it doesn't look particularly dirty to begin with.
to between 9:13 and 2:20, specifically approximately 1:40 in the afternoon. Did Mr. Konis's device receive a phone call that's not reflected on this slide?
That's correct. So Mr. Konis's device had received a phone call from a number associated with the Russell Streeter car wash.
If you just think of how FOTUS pushes away his own responsibility. So he wants to commit a murder, but he doesn't want to use his own car. So he uses Jennifer's vehicle and he uses Pavel's vehicle, right? Also, he wants to wash Pavel's vehicle. Maybe Pavel doesn't want to wash it himself. He wants to wash Pavel's vehicle, but FOTUS doesn't really want to be associated with that. So he puts Michelle's number on the receipt and gives the wrong number. You can just see what a kind of slimy guy we're talking about here. You know, he just he wants to do something, but he doesn't want to take responsibility for it. And isn't that how someone like him gets into $7 million debt? You always want somebody else paying the piper for the thing that you want.
The cell site and location of that was not relevant to my analysis at the time and was not included on here, but the call itself stated effective.
Next slide. Okay. Thank you, Agent Hoyland. You can have a seat. Thank you. You just have a moment, Judge. Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you.
May I just return the exhibits?
Yes.
Or actually, I'll hang on to that, I suppose.
So Huya is eager to hear Schoenhorn do his thing.
Use the paper exhibit. So
Sorry.
Sir, I'm gonna play file
I didn't
3.
realize you meant this one.
Do both exterior cam.
The Elmo to ask you some questions about that. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So just a quick comment on Michelle Troconis. Again, she's wearing a fairly dull, what do you call that? A jersey? I don't think you guys call it that. Is it it's not a sweater. What is that? What is she wearing? Catherine says this phone guy must have a lead on where they were. I think one needs a little bit more range in the timeline. The question is, was Jennifer's body disposed of on the day that she was murdered? What do you call what she's wearing there? Is it a sweater? It's not a blouse. How would you describe it? A knitted jumper. Okay, jumper. That's not it's not the kind of word we use in South Africa or Australia, or I'm not sure if they do use it in Australia or the UK. So it's a very American term. Do the Canadians also refer to it as a jumper? Chelsea says it's a pullover. Okay. So, but anyway, the point is you can see it's quite dull. Let's have a look at her from this angle.
I'm going to use the.
So how do you think she feels about this evidence? Do you think it's damning? Do you think it's fair to middling? Do you think it is inconsequential? You know, I must say, I kind of expected a little bit more. I thought it would be a longer testimony from Kevin Hoyland. Liesel says it's a cardigan. Okay. So also not a word we use very much. A sweater. Okay. So is there anyone here who really wants to hear Schoenhorn's response? We can come back to it, but before we do, I want to just deal with a little bit of a summary from yesterday's session, which we have. I thought I had it, which we have here. Just need to get through this ad. Okay.
Hi, good evening to you both. Yeah, we heard more arguments against motions today rather than actual testimony, but the state car wash in Avon to get it detailed. The truck police say was used in the commission of the crime. The state showing video of what looks like Fotis going in, signing papers, and coming back hours later.
This one is blank. Why would that be blank?
It could be for customer don't want to give it to him or was in a rush.
Prosecutors say the service sheet from that day leaves out a name, lists Troconis's cell number. The vehicle is labeled as a Toyota Sienna.
So I do wonder whether they ever recovered the little piece of paper that he threw in there.
And they paid in cash. In an interview with police, Troconis says the two went to and from the car wash together.
It's based solely on police speculation.
Wednesday afternoon, the state planned to put the chief medical examiner on the stand to testify about his opinion of how Jennifer was killed. The defense filed a motion to suppress that testimony, saying it's all based off of hearsay and police reports.
A medical examiner cannot and could not testify based on reading an arrest warrant and looking at other court documents and rendering an opinion without having actually examined either a body or parts of a body.
The judge agreeing.
The jury has heard more than Dr. Gill could testify to. The motion's granted.
Jurors.
So I must say I disagreed with that. I thought that the doctor could, the medical expert could testify to how he thought, basically that it was a homicide. I thought that that was necessary. Saying that, you know, he hasn't sat in on the trial, well, he would have read a lot of reports. He would have examined the blood and that sort of thing. I must say, I disagreed with that.
Also saw this video showing a person dressed in all black riding on a bicycle away from Waveney Park the day Jennifer went missing. The person on that bike, police say, was Fotis DULOS.
Anyone want to watch that again?
Riding on a bicycle away from Waveney Park the day Jennifer went missing. The person on that bike.
The motion's granted.
Jurors also saw this video showing a person dressed in all black riding on a bicycle away from Waveney Park the day Jennifer went missing. The person on that bike, police say, was Fotis DULOS, but its video Schoenhorn feels is irrelevant.
More importantly, nothing with regard to my client. So it's little pieces that, in my view, don't even fit together in the puzzle.
So, yeah, so he's saying, you know, these are irrelevant pieces. It doesn't fit together in the puzzle. So I wonder what his puzzle is. Like, is his puzzle, what is his puzzle? I suppose he doesn't need to even answer that question because the onus is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that their puzzle is coherent. But I must say, I find that footage of Fotis on the bicycle quite interesting to see that. Certainly is quite interesting to see that. I mean, he's dressed in a very weird way. I'm someone who cycles quite often. I cycled yesterday evening, and I don't think I've ever dressed like that. And I mean, you've got to also be aware of being seen. You want to be visible. So why on earth would you wear dark clothing early in the morning? So let's have a look at that again.
To my client. So it's little pieces that
Heard more than Dr. Gill could testify to. The motion's granted.
Jurors also saw this video showing a person dressed in all black riding on a bicycle.
Right, there you can see. And so really, he is dressed in all black. He's even got a hoodie on. He's even got the hoodie over his head. He may even have a cap. And so who does that? Especially cycling fairly long distance, which is from Waveney to New Canaan, right? It is also fairly early in the morning. So, wouldn't you really want to be visible? It definitely is quite strange. Another question to ask is does he have a backpack with him?
Away from
Is there a backpack there?
Waveney Park.
And to me, it does look like he does have something with him. And, if he does have a backpack, what could be in the backpack? Well, certainly a murder weapon, certainly things like wire ties, those white wire ties, and then also maybe a couple of black garbage bags, maybe a couple of sponges.
The day Jennifer went missing. The person on that bike, police say, was Fotis DULOS. Past information from a 2019 search warrant of her phone was suppressed in this trial. They're also now allowing specific testimony on how Fotis DULOS was feeling or what he was saying about the divorce in the days and weeks leading up to Jennifer disappearing.
I just want to get clarity on that. Are they allowing that?
Was suppressed in this trial. They're also now allowing specific testimony on how Fotis DULOS was feeling or what he was saying.
So I think that is quite important as well. What is it going to help establish the truth of the matter? You have a similar situation in the Rust incident where Hannah Gutierrez Reed, apparently she gave the keys or didn't object to her then boyfriend taking keys when he was intoxicated, driving off, I think, on his motorcycle and then dying. So I don't know if you guys know this. Prior to the Rust incident, I think it was a year prior, Hannah Gutierrez Reed's boyfriend got intoxicated and died in a motorcycle crash. And her lawyers are trying to have that evidence blocked because they say that's character assassination. I disagree with that because it shows the character. Well, it shows the kind of person that that she is, doesn't it? That the kind of activities she may have participated in. I have to say, if I was a lawyer, I probably would get into trouble a lot for making character arguments, which you're not allowed to do. You're not allowed to just based on character. So it is that fine line between making the argument in order to establish the truth of the matter. And I have to say, I'm not sure if I always understand how the court thinks in that respect. Thanks a lot, Jennifer Richards. Thank you. We're also going to go, before we go back to Schoenhorn, we're just going to go to kind of where we left off yesterday. It's not a long piece, it's just this little piece where he's signing in. So we're just going to have a look at that again.
Okay, sir, I'm gonna play file 3. Labeled exterior cam. Sir, if you could just explain what it is we're looking at here.
Go a little
I'll
bit
just
further.
apply.
There's a exterior camera that is pointing to the exit of the car wash. It's actually pointing when the car is coming out of the tunnel. And there's a crew that's drying off the cars and do interior windows.
So at this screen, it says the bottom left-hand corner, do you see that? It says 5/29, 2019 at 9:21. Is that time accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
At this point in the location of that camera angle, did the vehicle already go through the car wash?
Correct.
Okay, so what is happening now?
As of right now, as soon as the car
So, if you think about this on paper, it is such a risk, not just for Fotis, but for Michelle as well, to be seen together, right? If they have conspired, it's such a risk for them to be seen together. And so, Michelle especially probably shouldn't have gone along for this ride. She didn't have to. He could have gotten an Uber back, or he could have put something, I don't know, he could have driven a vehicle ahead of the time or something. But, for Michelle to go along with the cleaning of this vehicle, I think was, after going to all of that effort to establish an alibi, this wasn't very clever of them. Just a quick comment about yesterday when the power went out. I do have solar energy, so I do have a battery that kicks in. And in fact, this live actually started on that power because the power was out at the time that I started this live. But if it's very hot, as it is lately, I sometimes have 1 or 2 air conditioners on, and then at night the solar's not generating, so the battery just drains. So if you have 2 air cons on and it's nighttime, you can go right through the battery in quite a short time, and then you don't have power. That's actually what happened last night. I meant to look out the window to see if the lights are out. I'm not aware of when the lights go out. I used to get alerts, and so I kind of just do my thing. But anyway, so there I was caught out. So hopefully it won't happen again. Anyway, let's go back to this.
car coming out of the tunnel, there's a small crew that start drying off the car, doing windows, a little dusting off of the interior. That would be for a normal service, like quick service. But if the car...
I'm not sure what Kenzel is saying. No, these are countrywide blackouts that are scheduled. It's called load shedding. So it's got nothing to do with whether you paid your electricity bill. It's got to do with there's not enough electricity, and so they do scheduled cuts nationwide.
Need to go to the detail area. They drive him off regardless, and then bring the car to the detail department.
So if it was just the initial car wash, about how long does that take?
That for a quick service is only about 20 minutes, but a detailing takes up to 4 hours, could be.
I'm gonna stop the video at 1 minute and 35 seconds. I'm gonna show you one more video, sir. File 4. Sir, what time is depicted on this?
So you'll notice Fotis enters, throws something away, then does something here at the counter, and then throws that thing away as well. Now, as far as I'm concerned, they must have retrieved what he threw away to know what he wrote on that paper, unless there was like a copy like done on carbon paper, which I doubt. But didn't they retrieve that receipt from this trash can as well.
Video screen, please.
I mean, it looks like it's 228.
Okay. And 529?
But yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that same day?
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit play.
There he throws it away. It's possibly was a wrapper from eating something. You can see again that he's got a shaved head, right? Could that be Pavel Gumeni washing his car? So based on that, you would think that it would show lack of accident in the Rust case, wouldn't you? Lack of accident. Now it's interesting, he's also dressed in all black over there, just like the dude on the bicycle. I don't think I'm going to play any further. We're now going to go to the morning session. Shall we just have a look at what Schoenhorn is up to at the moment?
The paper exhibit. So
Want me to zoom in closer? Did you see that when you were using the Google Street View?
I did not turn away from the tower to look at the eastern direction.
But you don't dispute that this is in fact the area directly across the street from where that farm and the cell tower.
I'm taking you at your word. I never looked at it. I don't know.
Well, right now, we're going to take our afternoon recess until,
Just want to have a look at the image that I think is on screen. I don't know if it's actually being shown. I can't see it here. Anyway, while they in the afternoon session, we're going to go to the morning session. We're using the power of sorry, that's the afternoon. I thought I moved it. Have I just lost it now? I had it a moment ago. Looks like I've lost it. Okay. Just bear with me for a second.
I'm going to use directions immediately to the east of our home.
Now, I'm gonna actually, may I just have one moment with Council, Your Honor?
yes.
Your Honor, state would offer 141. I don't believe there's any objection. I would ask that it be moved
That's
into
correct.
evidence.
No objection.
Stage 141 admitted as full.
Stephanie, can you remember some of the highlights from this witness?
I'm gonna open a file labeled map. I can and ask you, sir, if you can just take a look at the screen behind you.
So just to quickly deal with this question, why would Pavel give Michelle's phone number? Well, I think for two reasons. One of them is, well, he doesn't want to give his own phone number. And the other reason is he does want to be alerted when to come pick up the vehicle. That tends to be why you give your number. You kind of get an alert, your car is ready. So he does want to be alerted, but not on his phone. He doesn't want to give any evidence away of himself, right? So there you have it from Stephanie.
And do you see where Jefferson Crossing is on that map?
I do.
Would you mind standing up, sir, and pointing to it?
Jefferson Crossing, the road is right here.
Are you also familiar with Mountain Spring Road in Farmington?
I am.
Is that depicted on the map as well?
Yes, it is.
Could you please point to it, please?
Mountain Spring Road runs here all the way down to Route 4.
Thank you. And for the record, you're pointing to the bottom left middle of the screen?
I am.
Thank you. Sir, if you wouldn't mind standing up there for a minute, I'm going to open file marked map of Jefferson Crossing. And sir, do you recognize what's depicted on the map?
I do.
What is depicted on the map?
Well, primarily it is the road Jefferson Crossing in the area of Farmington. To the west, I'm going to use directions northeast, southwest. To the west is Eli Road. Jefferson Crossing, runs east-west into a cul-de-sac. There's 7 homes on Jefferson Crossing. It's a private road.
I'm gonna
We have a
scroll.
homeowners association.
Well, I'm going to scroll in a little bit. Is your residence depicted on this?
It is.
Could you please point to it?
Nice.
And Jefferson Crossing?
This is Jefferson Crossing down the cul-de-sac.
And the road to the left, please, going, I guess, north and south?
From here down is Eli Road.
And sir, where's 4 Jefferson Crossing?
4 Jefferson Crossing is right here.
Now, sir, you indicated this was a houses built by DULOS. Did you also have a housing association?
We did. We had a homeowners association.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind having a seat. Who was involved in the homeowners association?
Well, all the homeowners were members of the association.
Could I at least have a timeline, Your Honor? This is now what found the foundation, at least in terms of when it was involved.
Sure. We'll start with around the time period of 2017.
2017.
Yes, sir.
There were all the residents of Jefferson Crossing were members of the homeowners association,
Including DULOS?
including DULOS.
And did you have meetings?
We did.
And where were the meetings held?
Up until 2019, we had those meetings in FOTUS's offices at 4 Jefferson Crossing.
Prior to 2017, would Jennifer attend those meetings?
She would.
Right. After 2017, did she attend any of those meetings?
So the meetings were usually held in the beginning of each year. So it'd be in the beginning of 18, beginning of 19, and et cetera. So she did not attend the meeting in the beginning of 18.
Now, in 2017, did you learn that Jennifer had left 4 Jefferson Crossing and DULOS?
I did learn that, yes.
Prior to 2017.
There's the first stage, Stephanie.
What would you characterize your relationship with Jennifer DULOS as?
Very friendly. I mean, Jennifer was a great neighbor. Our kids attended the same school. We saw them at school functions. The kids played. We saw them in the neighborhood. We saw them out and about. We had.
So there you kind of have it in a nutshell. Jennifer is a great neighbor. You kind of get the idea that he liked Jennifer, that Jennifer was kind of a good person, and FOTUS was kind of a bit of a jerk, condescending. I don't know if that means rude, but
Gone to their home for Greek Easter as an example. They came to our home for like an Oscar viewing party. We went out to dinner with them a couple times in West Hartford Center. So, neighborly.
Did you ever meet Michelle Troconis?
I did.
When did you meet Michelle Troconis?
In August of 2017.
Could you?
So I must say, through this witness, you get a little bit of a sense of the Connecticut fairy tale, you know, that they have Oscar viewing parties, they have Greek Easter, that there's sort of this neighborliness going on, and this is their lives. They kind of living their best life. And I've been trying to remember it in the footage shown of Kevin Hoyland, the map that he put up. You could see that there's some other museum. It's not Oliver Twist, some other very American story. There's a museum that came up there. But I must say, whenever I deal with a case in a lot of detail, you get to know the area so well, you become so familiar with it, you almost feel like you're there, and then after a while, you feel like you want to be there, right? Oh, that's it, yeah, the Mark Twain Museum, and makes me kind of want to go to the Mark Twain Museum. I was actually in Long Island in October and early November, and I was thinking, before I got sick, I'd like to go to Connecticut, but I didn't really have a very good sense of Connecticut, and this case has really educated me on certain parts of Connecticut, like Hartford, like Farmington, like New Canaan, like Avon, and Avon and places like that. So it's amazing how true crime can give you a geographical knowledge, but also a bit of a cultural knowledge of a place you've never been, a place you wouldn't necessarily think about, but you get to know quite intimately. And obviously, when you do that, you've gotten under the skin of the case, and you're starting to get a bit of a psychological familiarity of the people, not just characters, the people who lived there, why they were happy, what they wanted, what they weren't getting, why they were unhappy, and perhaps in Michelle Troconis's case, why they were scared to lose what they had, why they were scared to let go of their fairy tale. Anyway, let's continue.
Could you please explain that first meeting?
Yes. Fotis called and asked if he could come over for a drink to introduce us to Michelle. Michelle, you see, was moving into 4 Jefferson Crossing. And Michelle also had a daughter that was my daughter's age, and they were going to be attending the same school. So Fotis wanted to introduce Michelle and her daughter to our family as a way to get into the neighborhood, to get to know the neighborhood.
And when was that?
It was in August of 2017.
Now I'm going to draw your attention to Memorial Day weekend of 2019.
Okay.
Did you learn that Jennifer had been missing since May 24th?
I learned mid-morning on the 25th that Jennifer was missing.
How did you learn that information?
Well, in the early morning of the 25th, a neighbor had called me before
Objection, hearsay.
Well, the state is probably not offering for this.
Isn't this neighbor the one that had the dog in the body cam, in the Ring doorbell, and wasn't his wife kind of a blonde lady, or is this somebody else? Anyone thought about that? Remember, there was a blonde lady, quite attractive, sort of middle-aged, and then her Ring camera looked straight across to 4 Jefferson, didn't it? I'm just trying to think how that could be possible here when this house seems to look across to doesn't it look across to Mountain Spring Road anyway? He is next door. I just wonder whether his wife isn't that blonde lady who testified.
The truth, but to indicate how this witness came to know about Jennifer DULOS being missing.
I wonder what kind of dog. Was it a Labrador?
In the early morning of the 25th, a neighbor had called me on my cell phone, which during the work week would not be unusual, but on a Saturday it would, alerting me to the fact that an unmarked Farmington police officer was on the road. And he had no indication as to why he was on the road. And he asked him, but the Farmington police officer would not tell him. Later that morning, as I mentioned before, we moved from New Canaan to Farmington. Friends from New Canaan had sent my wife a news article.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
If you can, sir, is that how you learned about Jennifer DULOS being missing?
That's correct, from a news article, correct.
That is really ironic that he lived in New Canaan, moved to Farmington, whereas Jennifer lived in Farmington and moved to New Canaan.
Did you speak to Fotis DULOS that weekend?
I did.
Where were you when you spoke to him?
I was in the front of my house in my driveway.
What were you doing?
I was taking my dog for a walk.
What did Fotis DULOS look like?
He had a shaved head, and I did not recognize him initially. He was riding a one-wheel scooter past my home up towards Eli Road. And that was unusual to see someone doing that, especially towards Eli Road, but more importantly, I didn't recognize who it was. It is a private road, as I mentioned. So I didn't know who it was.
Around what time of day was this?
About 8:45 in the morning.
Did you speak to him?
He did approach me, and that's when I recognized his voice and recognized it was Fotis.
What did he say to you?
Well, at first I said to Fotis, how are you? And his response to me was, Jennifer's missing, right?
And what did you say?
I said to him, yes, I'd heard that. I hope she's okay, but I have not heard about the children. I hope they're okay.
What was his response?
His response was, he asked me how long we retained our security video and to make sure it didn't get deleted because he needed to prove that he was there on Friday.
Did he say anything else to you?
He did.
What did he say?
He talked about going to New Canaan on Saturday.
That's really fascinating. I really find that fascinating. So let me ask you guys two questions. The one is, do you think Fotis really wanted that video, right? Do you think when he said to his neighbor, have you got this video? I need it not to be deleted. So what do you guys say to that? The other side that I think is really quite incredible is, but I mean, it's totally what you'd expect, is guess what is uppermost in Fotis's mind? What security video is out there, right? And obviously, security video got him into a lot of trouble, especially in Hartford, right? Also, there's a security video at the car wash. And so he's basically being seen all over the place. And when he says to his neighbor, I hope you've got security video, I think that's his way of saying, trying to find out. It's a bit of a fishing expedition. Do you have security video? I don't think it's, I hope you have security video. It's actually reverse psychology. What do you guys say? Stephanie says, boom.
And how the police seized his phone. He talked about his attorney telling him that they need to develop a chronological timeline of where they were on Friday so that they can produce it if needed.
Did he use the word they?
He did use the word they.
That they needed to develop a timeline?
He did.
Did there come a time when Fotis DULOS spoke to you again?
He did.
With respect to your camera and video surveillance?
He called me on May 30th, on that Thursday, asking to come over at that point in time to review our video.
And did you allow him to do that?
I was at the office. I was working, and I told him that wasn't a great time to do that.
Did you ever speak to him again?
A little bit of a Chris Watts thing going on there. Like, I actually want to look at the video, just make sure that I can see what's going on here.
Not until the summer.
Now, I do want to ask you about your video camera on your video system.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have cameras in place on May 24th?
I had 2 cameras in place on May 24th.
What type of cameras were they?
They were Ring cameras.
So, sorry to do this, but I'm pretty sure that the lady who had the cameras with the dog also had 2 cameras. I think that's just a coincidence.
And where were they located?
One was located on the corner of our garage facing the parking area near our 4 garage doors. And one was a doorbell cam by our bedroom,
Isn't that the
facing
husband?
out the eastern part of our driveway towards Jefferson Crossing.
Did you subsequently get a 3rd camera?
I did.
When did you do that?
I got that camera on May 26th.
Now, I must say, I totally agree with that. I mean, I've in a way done something similar. I think if you have any kind of criminal activity in your area, you should respond in some way. You can perhaps put burglar bars in or around your home. You can speak to someone in your neighborhood who's responsible for security, a neighborhood watch or something. But I do think when there's criminal activity in your neighborhood, you need to respond in some way. You need to talk to people. You need to upgrade your security. You need to think about your security. I can tell you when I was in America the first time, I was shocked to find out that someone came into my home and stole, the lady who was looking after Timmy, stole her laptop. And that kind of had consequences because in the end, I felt like I've kind of felt duty bound because I asked her to look after Timmy again. So I bought her a brand new laptop. And then I also gave someone else a little bit of money. And I ended up not running out of money in America, but I certainly reached a limit on my credit card after a massive payment to Hertz, something like $2,000 plus whatever. And anyway, and so when I got back, I immediately increased security big time, cameras everywhere, right? And so, you know, often when a crime happens, someone's been sniffing around and someone's had the idea for some time, and then they got the confidence to do it. And so you need to disrupt that momentum. And so you want to upgrade your security. And so, you know, I've had quite a few things actually stolen from in or near my home. I had some of you may remember, I had a hoodie with red stripes on it, like a grayish Adidas hoodie that got zipped. Anyway, but the point is, I then responded. I put in quite a lot of cameras all over the place at considerable expense, and then the crime stopped. It so far seems to have stopped. So I just want to recommend the same thing to you. If you hear of a crime near yourself or near someone you know, don't just wait and see. Respond. You know, enhance your security.
Where did you place that camera?
I placed that camera in the northwest corner of the house, facing out towards the road.
If you can, sir, I'm going to scroll into the map behind you. Would you mind standing up and just pointing to where you installed that camera on May 26th?
That camera would have been installed on this corner of the house.
Okay, and what area did it capture?
This area towards Jefferson Crossing.
And you installed that after your conversation with Photos DULOS?
I did.
And after you had learned that Jennifer had been missing?
I did.
Sir, what was that camera motion activated or a continuous stream?
It was motion activated.
Could it pick up the motion that was on the road, cars passing and the like?
Yes, it could.
And was the time accurate?
Yes, it was.
Now, how long did you say you lived at Jefferson Crossing? You can have a seat, I'm sorry.
Since 2010.
And for how long did Fotis Doulos reside at Fort Jefferson Crossing right next to you?
So, look, I actually didn't watch this part of the testimony. I did watch the next witness. But let me ask you guys a question. If you go back all the way back to the 30th of May, Fotis is saying, hey, I want to come over. Can I have a look at your security footage, right? What do you think? Like, not knowing the answer then, do you think that the security footage would be important to prosecute him, or would actually help him with his argument? Now, bear in mind, he previously tried to put together a alibi script that was to some extent based on their movements, and he wanted to what do you call it? He wanted it to correspond, be reconcilable with Michelle Troconis, and then it's going to have this appearance of legitimacy. I also think there's something very interesting in him wanting to see this neighbor's CCTV or neighbor security footage, and this idea of trying to assert his alibi with Michelle. It's the same kind of reverse, same kind of sort of underhand, backwards, behind the scenes fiddling kind of taking place. If you know what I'm saying, it's the same kind of fiddly psychology. It's the same thing with Pavel using his vehicle, and you know what I mean. It's being quite sly and crafty. What was the other thing I meant to say about that? Anyway, let's listen a little bit further.
I believe they moved in the 2012, 2013 timeframe.
Okay. So between 2012 and 2019, particularly the time period of 2019, are you familiar with the vehicles that were associated with?
Sorry, just a point I want to make is, well, look where we are now. A couple of years later, here he is on trial. Sorry, here he is in the trial, testifying for the prosecution. He's not a defense witness, right? So you can see how and why Fotis would have been and should have been nervous, right?
Fotis Doulos?
I am.
What were those cars?
There was a black Suburban, there was a Ford Raptor, there was a white Jeep Grand Cherokee, there was a Porsche Cayenne, but that hadn't been seen for a while. I believe that was crashed. And then from time to time, there was a red Toyota Tacoma that was parked at Fort Jefferson Crossing for periods of time.
Who owned, to your knowledge, the red Toyota?
Objection, hearsay, no foundation.
Well, the question is, who owned, to your knowledge, the Toyota Tacoma? Well, the court's going to sustain the objection.
Mr. Huggins, do you know somebody by the name of Pavel Guamini?
I do.
How do you know him?
Pavel worked for Fotis for a long time. He did a lot of maintenance for us, for the association up and down the road. And part of that maintenance was he did all the snow plowing for the road and for our homes, for a lot of our homes up and down Jefferson Crossing.
Do you know what vehicle he uses to plow the roads?
Yes.
What vehicle is that?
It was a red Toyota Tacoma.
Did you see that vehicle parked at Fort Jefferson Crossing from time to time?
I did.
Okay, particularly in 2019, did you see that vehicle parked?
I did.
Where was it usually parked?
Okay.
Okay.
It was usually parked in this area.
How could you see it from, you're putting to, I'm sorry, the lower right-hand corner?
Kind of the southern part of the driveway.
Okay. And were you able to view?
So if you look over here, the road goes through there, right? There's sort of an archway there.
It from the road?
We could view it from our driveway.
Okay. Now, sir, I'm gonna, at some point, did the New Canaan Police or State Police come to your residence and speak to you?
They did. They came to our residence on May 27th.
And what did they ask of you?
So 3 officers came, 2 from the state police, 1 from New Canaan.
Objection, non-responsive.
Well,
What did they do?
So you do get a sense, and kind of first of all, I think you get a sense that this is a nice guy, a good guy, someone without an agenda, right? But can you imagine being in his position, where someone who used to be your neighbor is in part of a divorce, then that person leaves, right? The person that you kind of liked, you like Jennifer, she leaves, and then all of this kind of nonsense starts taking place next door. The police are around. This guy is a bit of a jerk. He's condescending, and it's drawing all of this negative attention to your neighborhood. How would you feel about photos, right? Also, someone who's apparently been having an affair and can't pay his bills, etc., etc. And I think the jury will kind of get that impression from him. Not that they didn't have it already, but just in a very human sense, right?
Well, the court is going to allow Attorney Manning to ask the question again.
What did they ask you to do, sir?
Well, first they asked for our video. They also asked what we saw, the cars that we knew were used from time to time at Fort Jefferson Crossing. They asked about the relationship as we knew it between Fotis and Jennifer.
And did you allow them access to your video camera that day?
Well, I did not. We were frankly on our way to a Bruins game, and we spent about an hour with them and then hustled off the Bruins game. And when we returned home, we then emailed them the videos.
Okay. When you say you emailed them the videos, what do you mean by that? If you could just explain.
So with the Ring camera, you can download each snippet, and I downloaded what was not us tripping the cameras.
So I know when we dealt with the Vivint, with the Chris Watts case, I felt very uneducated. I felt very, remember I wrote many books on the Chris Watts case, a series of 9 followed by a trilogy, right? But I always felt very uneducated, inexperienced, not knowledgeable on Vivint. And although I try to study up on it and I try to educate myself and I try to become familiar, the best way is to go into a house that's got the system or to use it yourself. I mean, there's only so much you can learn from the videos. What I do like is I now have the Ring system myself. I can see how it works. And so he's absolutely right. The Ring system automatically records all events. You don't have to like go through hours and hours of footage to find something. The Ring system is geared to record events. You can also set it that it basically records a long span of time. Let's say you're a little bit suspicious or something's happened. You can set it that it is actively recording over a very long period of time. And what is so useful with this is, you don't have to give a disc or something to the police. You can simply just identify the event and email it to somebody. Also, all of this gets uploaded to Ring's cloud. So whether you're in the picture or not, it's going to be recorded. And that's very useful in true crime, that these events are going to be laid down in stone no matter what. Very useful.
And email it to Officer Deke in New Canaan.
Now, what day was that, by the way?
I'm sorry.
That you downloaded the cameras and emailed them to
I think we started downloading them on when we got back from the Bruins game and then emailed them on that Tuesday.
Did that include was that before or after the new camera was installed?
Well, we emailed them after the new camera was installed.
Did there come a time when you reviewed footage from May 29th of 2019?
There did.
When did you do that?
Around July 27th, I looked at it.
Why did you review May 29th in July?
Well, when I spoke to Fotis on the 26th, he requested that I not have anything deleted. I did not know what the retention policy was for the ring service plans. So then I learned at that point in time, it was 60 days.
Objection, hearsay.
Well,
What he learned.
well, the phrase, "what I learned," need not be considered hearsay. The court does not know what the balance of the statement is.
If I may, Your Honor, it's the fact that the ring camera, his retention period, he learned was 60 days. State's not offering that for the truth of the matter, that it was 60 days, just what he did with that and why, what steps he took after he learned that information. So it's not offered for a hearsay.
Objection.
I would also,
Objection is withdrawn.
thank you. Sir, if you can continue.
So that was at the 60-day time period. And when I was originally requested by the officers who came to our home on the 27th, they were only looking for video from the 24th. So when I was looking at all the cameras, I was looking to see what they had and preserve that video so it wasn't erased.
And did you find, or did you preserve any video or send it to the police in that July date?
I did.
What did you send?
I sent them, I believe, 2 videos of vehicle movements on Jefferson Crossing on May 29th.
Why did you choose those videos?
For a few reasons. Number one, I wasn't asked for video after the May 24th timeframe. But in seeing the movement of those 2 vehicles in tandem, coupled with my odd interaction with Fotis on the 26th, coupled with what was well-known, publicly available.
Objection. Here we get now, we're getting into hearsay.
Well, if it appeared in
So another question that sort of comes up is, why wash the red Toyota Tacoma on the 29th? Why not wash it on the 24th or the 25th? Which begs the question, was this vehicle used, when was this vehicle used to dispose of poor Jennifer DULOS's body? Was it used on the 26th or the 27th or the 28th, or even very early on the 29th? I don't know about you guys, but I've got a feeling that her body was disposed of on the 24th. I can't say whether it was in the morning. I would say I don't think so. I don't think it was in the morning. May have been. There was certainly opportunity, I guess. Was it in the afternoon? I think that's more likely. But then it would be near Fotis's property. And bear in mind, you can also have a situation where the body is placed somewhere temporarily and then moved somewhere else permanently. Whether that happened here is very hard to say. It's just interesting that the vehicle was washed later. Was it used subsequently for another move, etc.? Be interested to hear what you guys think.
the media, it's well known, overruled.
What was well known at the time of movement in the north end of Hartford.
So Stephanie says, I think she's more toward New Canaan. In a way that makes sense. On the other hand, a killer likes to have control or custody over remains. They want to be able to keep track of it in some way. But anyway, I'd be interested to hear why you say that or think that. You know, how long did it take to get back from New Canaan is another question.
That movement just struck me as odd.
Did you send those clips to the police?
I did.
Sir, I'm going to show you what has been marked as 5 file 529804. Let's stop it first, sir. What are we looking at?
So this camera's, we'll call it facing north from the northwest corner of my home, out over my driveway and my front yard and onto Jefferson Crossing.
At what time is this recorded?
8:04 in the morning.
It does look like a different view to the Labrador image. (8:04 in the morning).
Okay, sir, I'm actually going to ask you a few questions about this video if I can. Now, as we play it, this street in the middle, do you see the cursor?
I do.
Is that Jefferson Crossing?
That is Jefferson Crossing.
Okay. Where is 4 Jefferson Crossing?
So to the right of the screen, you'll see a tree line. And 4 Jefferson Crossing is to the right.
And where's the driveway to 4 Jefferson Crossing?
It's probably about 50 yards to the east of my driveway.
If you can, sir, would you mind pointing to it on the screen?
Sure. So Jefferson Crossing would be behind these trees right here.
Okay. And if I were to bring the file back, at around 14 seconds. Do you see a vehicle in that area?
I do.
Okay, actually. Is that vehicle turning into the driveway for Jefferson Crossing?
Yes, that vehicle is turning the driveway for Jefferson Crossing.
Okay, is this the video clip you sent to?
So, you know, after studying true crime for as long as we have, you tend to think about the crime in terms of a crime scene. And then also, we all appreciate the importance of cell phone data. And if the cell phone data is completely missing, well, then that's also a red flag. The other thing that is very useful these days, and I mean, this is another case where you just see so much CCTV, all these little fragments all over, right? As much as CCTV is used, it is incredibly valuable, and there's always additional footage that you often aren't aware of. But there's a third area that is also very obvious in terms of crimes, and that is the vehicle. You have a vehicle involved in the Chris Watts case. You have a vehicle involved in the Gannon Store case. You have a vehicle involved in the Murdoch case. The vehicle is part and parcel of a lot of the criminal, the mechanism of the criminality. It's either moving remains or it's something, right? So the vehicle is kind of part of the crime scene. Washing the vehicle is also often a telltale sign. I'm just trying to think of other cases where you have a vehicle. Think about Scott Peterson. Think about Laurie Vallow, where there's also vehicles and wheels being taken off there. There's a little bit of mystery still surrounding the vehicles in the Suzanne Morphew case. Other cases involving vehicles. Can anyone think of other? There's even a little bit of vehicle in the fabric of the Amanda Knox case, where Amanda's boyfriend had a vehicle. I think it was a new BMW or something, or Mini Cooper, something kind of snazzy. But that also came in there. There's obviously a vehicle in the O.J. Simpson case. There's a vehicle in the Patrick Frazee case. One of the few cases where there's not a vehicle, although the vehicle is introduction to that case, is the John Benet Ramsey case. The John Benet Ramsey case actually starts going wonky the moment they drive from the Steins home. That's when the timeline starts to go in all sorts of different directions. That's when the statements become a little bit inconsistent. Another case involving a vehicle is the Madeleine McCann case. Casey Anthony, another good example. So, Idaho is another example, well done. So, when you deal with, let's say, a brand new case, you want to take it through all of those dimensions. Crime scene, that's one dimension. Cell phone, that's another dimension. CCTV, that's another dimension. But another dimension is vehicle. What do we know about the vehicle? What is the life of this vehicle? What were the movements of this vehicle? What's the cleaning story around this vehicle, right?
To the police.
That's one of them.
You can have a seat, sir. I'm gonna play.
Another example is the Summer Wells case.
Apologize. 529-856. If you could take a look.
Oh, there they are together.
Briefly, sir. Is this the video that you sent to the police as well?
That is one of them, yes.
And why did you send this clip?
Well, as I said before,
So have you noticed in this particular case, well, there are like 9 vehicles that are part of this story, but there are a couple of instances where there are 2 vehicles shadowing one another, and also not just a vehicle, but a vehicle and a bicycle, right? It's quite interesting.
We knew
I'm gonna hit play.
in July what we knew based on the media reports. It was different.
Objection. The fact that there were these reports is one thing, but now I was getting to what he learned in the media.
Well, the question was essentially, what's the reason you sent these videos to the?
It's such a good point. How did they solve crimes before phones and cameras? Well, if you think about one of the oldest cases, the Scott Peterson case, which I've written 3 books on that case, very, very little CCTV, virtually, no body cam whatsoever, not really DNA either. There's a case that was extremely hard to prosecute because the evidence was so minimal. And the O.J. Simpson case is another case where there really wasn't that much to go on in terms of what's the word, like CCTV. Crazily enough, in the O.J. Simpson case, a woman said she saw him in the vehicle. I think my co-author, Lisa Wilson, actually spoke to her in person, where there was a witness who said she thought she saw O.J. driving, almost, I think, hit her on his way wherever. I guess one's got to say allegedly.
The police. And this witness is explaining his reason.
Yeah, but the fact that it, based on something in the media, answers the question, I would submit that anything else would be just clear hearsay.
Well, the witness is explaining what he did.
McRamble, on you're right, there was a screwdriver-like object, and so that could have been the murder weapon. But Stephanie's also right that there was it looked like her bra was cut, looks like her shirt was cut as well. So who knows?
And his reasons for it. Overruled.
If you can, sir, explain why you sent this video to the police.
So again, based upon that interaction I had with Fotis on the 26th, based upon the fact of what we had learned from the media at that point in time and the visits to North End, I had 2 cars leaving in tandem, which was not consistent with normal vehicle movement patterns.
And you've lived at that residence for how many years at that point?
9 years.
Now, you indicated you were familiar with the vehicles and the vehicle patterns.
Yes.
Do you recognize?
So yeah, just to come back to that, I mean, even in the John Benet Ramsey case, they've got a little sliver of DNA that they're waiting for the technology to catch up with. So technology is improving. One of the ways to deal with evidence is patiently. Yeah, you're right. There was a broken box cutter with broken blade. Yeah, you're right about that. Was it a murder weapon? Possible, I guess. Yeah, I think he may have cut her clothes off with that blade.
Is this vehicle, the red truck?
That's right.
That's Pavel's truck.
And what about the vehicle behind it?
Well, that vehicle is that's a GMC Yukon XL. That was a rental.
Okay. Was that the vehicle that we saw in the previous clip?
It was.
Okay, that's the 804 one.
I don't know if I said that, but if I did say that, what I meant to say was he rode his bicycle to New Canaan, more than likely from the Waveney Park. So what he likely did, I don't know whether Stephanie can maybe some of you can respond to this point. What likely happened was he got up quite early in the morning, maybe 4 or 5 in the morning, drove the Toyota Tacoma with the bicycle in it to Waveney Park, then cycled to New Canaan from Waveney Park, right? Then committed the crime and then put the bicycle and Jennifer's remains in her own Chevy Suburban, drove that to Waveney Park, then transferred those to the Toyota Tacoma, and then drove from there. Now, one thing that I'm not clear about is there any camera footage showing when the red Toyota Tacoma leaves the Farmington area? Does anyone know that offhand? When does the Toyota Tacoma leave that area? Anyway, that's how I see it. Does that make sense to you guys? Thanks for the
And I
10
apologize, I
euros,
wasn't sure if
Sue.
I
Thank
set
you.
the time of the second video. Just pause it there. 5:29 at what time?
Stephanie, do you agree with that scenario? Does that gel with what we know?
56 and 43 seconds.
I may just have one moment, Your Honor. Oh, that's right. Sir, with respect to, I'm not sure if I got your answer. With respect to the 804 clip and the 856.
So you would want to work out how long would it take to cycle from Waveney to her home in New Canaan. Let's see if we can quickly try and figure that out. Well, I'll play this while I'm looking.
Clip, that black vehicle, is it the same vehicle?
It is.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
I'm just going to start with what we were just looking at a minute ago. You testified that you were very familiar with the comings and goings of all the vehicles at the DULOS home or at his office. Is that correct?
I don't think that's what I said.
Okay, so just to address that question, it's a little bit late that we figuring this out. I did assume at some point, or I heard at some point that the cycling distance was about half an hour. Well, there you have it confirmed. It's around about 4 miles from Wells Lane to Waveney Park. Of course, we don't know whether this is the only possible route, but that is what Google is telling us, that it would take around about half an hour. So I believe the Toyota Tacoma was parked somewhere here, and the bicycle was in it, which he then used to cycle to Wells Lane. I hope that's made that quite clear. Anyway, I wonder whether we shouldn't jump back to live coverage from this afternoon, just see where we are with regards to that.
You said it was unusual for
Afternoon.
Testimony, she had a
could it travel south along that river valley further and to attach to cell phones that were even further away?
You mean like down in this area?
Yes.
I would think that would be plausible.
Okay. So as I understand then your testimony, the location of where a cell device attaches to a cell tower doesn't have to be the closest location, does it?
It does not, no.
And if there is an obstruction, whether it's a
Last question.
Okay, I don't see a new witness here. So I think we're gonna go back to the morning session. Let's just have a look at what is dealt with over here.
Kind of ramp, right? The radio frequency would travel down that path because the obstructions are on the right and left side of it. It's not in the river.
So the point being, though, that depending on topography, where the person or the cell phone is or cell device is in relation to the tower depends on the topography, correct?
It does, yes.
So I'm going to just show you that you had previously identified, I call it image 114. And the jury is now saying, you recall that having looked at these images on Google Street View, you observed this farm, correct?
Correct.
And would you just identify for the jury what exactly is the cell tower in this picture?
Sure.
So while he's talking, I just want to observe something. And I've noticed this quite a few times attending trials in person. There's a totally different vibe around FBI agents compared to sort of ordinary law enforcement folk. FBI agents just seem very kind of well-dressed, well-groomed. They seem very eloquent. They seem there just seems to be kind of a little bit of a different feel to FBI agents compared to law enforcement. And maybe part of that is, I think the requirements to become part of the FBI's, but specifically things like this that Kevin Hoyland is doing. You know, not anyone is capable of doing this kind of analysis. You've got to be detail oriented. You've got to be quite smart, and I think that reflects in the agents that you see. I don't know if you guys have noticed it, but you can see he's quite a refined fellow. You know, he's I'm not quite sure how to express what I'm trying to say. Let's put it this way. The word intelligence in FBI isn't there for nothing.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. So in this particular instance, it is the fake tree. In certain communities, they only will allow companies to build cell towers if they help them hide within their natural environments. In this case, it's a fake pine tree.
And if I zoom in a little, are you able to identify some of the actual antenna within the tree, fake tree branches to demonstrate that that's what this is?
Yes,
Steep cliff on the mountain.
Anyway, so I'm not quite sure what Schoenhorn is getting at here, but you know, it's interesting seeing the layout. We're gonna jump out of this again, the wonders of digital technology when you coming in not live. So we're gonna go back to the morning session, and we're gonna deal with a second witness, and it's gonna be this guy.
You could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Certainly. Michael Meehan, Meehan.
Mr. Meehan, you may be seated.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Attorney Meehan, you are an attorney practicing in Connecticut.
I am.
Are you allowed to practice law anywhere else?
No.
Do you have your own law firm?
Yes.
What is it called?
It's called Meehan Law now.
Do you work with other attorneys in your law firm?
I do. I have 4 other lawyers in my office.
How long have you been an attorney?
1996.
And do you specialize in a particular field?
Currently, most of my practice focuses on family law. I still do practice criminal defense work. I used to do a lot of that. I don't do it as much anymore. And we keep a very small amount of civil litigation in the practice as well.
As part of your work in family law, do you frequently get appointed as a guardian ad litem?
I have.
What is a guardian ad litem?
A guardian ad litem is a representative of children here in Connecticut. It could be either a lawyer or a psychologist. You have to be either licensed by the state for either position, and you have to now be certified to act as a guardian ad litem.
So some of you may be interested. In my very first year at university, among the very first subjects I studied was family law and private law. I found it fascinating. I found it really interesting. There was a huge sort of attrition rate, like not many students passed their first year of family law. It is quite complicated. I think I barely passed it. It was like 50% or something, because there's some subtlety to it and complexity to it as well. But yeah, that was my first. Those were my first classes at university when I started off studying law, family law.
And what are some duties and responsibilities? Well, is guardian ad litem also called a GAL?
Correct.
Okay. What are some duties and responsibilities of a GAL?
The primary duty and responsibility of a guardian ad litem is to represent the best interest of children. So in essence, one might say you become sort of the eyes and ears of the court. Typically, guardians are appointed in family matters where there are either limited issues or a general amount of disputes regarding issues of custody. And custody disputes include decision-making issues for the children between both parents and or where the children live, and or how frequently they get to see the other parent. And so
You can see in this case why a guardian ad litem would be necessary, because both parents are not around anymore. And now there's a mistress who could theoretically inherit custodial rights, I guess. She didn't, but you could have a scenario like that. But basically, because you don't have either of the parents present, although Gloria was the, well, still is, the grandmother's acting as the kids are in her custody. I don't know if she's legally the guardian. I really don't know the answer to that. It's an interesting question. Another interesting question is, that's interesting. No jury to come in a possible contempt hearing. Do you guys want me to play that right now? Shall we quickly go to that?
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the state's witnesses for this afternoon. The court has been informed that there will be testimony tomorrow, and it'll be a lot of video testimony. In other words, video of interviews. And we'll adjust the break schedule accordingly as those interviews take hours. So have a good evening, and please do not discuss the case. Please do not follow any media about the case. Have a good evening.
That's not awesome.
Way the court's attention. I can't, the concern the state has is this notion that she would have access on her device to a report that it starts off that a member of the audience is able to see, which is clearly under seal. So that is concerning. The second major point is that that was displayed for the public with a news camera behind us, and that she shouldn't even have read it to begin with. So it is a huge concern at this point that I'm bringing to the court's attention. We can't gloss over the serious nature of the idea of a violation of her having access to the report, her displaying it for everybody to see, essentially. And three, also there was another instance where we're not sure if she or a member of her family was mouthing to the jury earlier in this trial. So now we're at a point where this has to be raised on the record. And I bring that to the court's attention to address in some way.
Well, does the state know who handed the state the note?
If I may just inquire, Your Honor, my inspector is back.
The court is not asking for an identification.
Yes, Your Honor.
So the first consideration by this court is to find out from the person who handed the state the note how that person was able to determine what was seen on the screen. So of course, that's not going to be done on the record in this proceeding. But
Tamika,
in other words, how did this
Come on.
come to the state's attention? Who brought it to the state's attention? Did you want to be heard, Attorney Felsen?
Very briefly, I'm not sure which order to address things in. I will say it was my understanding that any video that was taken would not display our screen, so it would not be available to the public. We've taken great pains to work with people who are handling the cameras and the videos to ensure that all of our communications, whatever's on our monitors or on our desk, remains private and inaccessible to other people. As far as the report is concerned, I'm not sure how anybody in the audience would know the contents of what would be.
so as I understand this, this has really got to do with privacy. It's got to do with a report regarding the DULOS children that was seen on Mishi's laptop. And I must say, I seem to have seen the desktop background image. There seem to be quite a few people. It looks like it's a bunch of kids, or it looks like a family. I haven't really looked at it that closely, but just not the screensaver, but the desktop background looks like a number of people, put it that way. And so this does seem to be dealing with an issue of privacy. Okay, come.
In a sealed
What
report.
more than that?
I know that I have not reviewed the report in its entirety. I have never seen it on a computer. I have reviewed the last 4 or 5 pages that I was provided, and they were in paper form. I can say that I've never shared the contents of the report with Ms. Troconis. I do not know, in fact, whether she was reading from a memo or what it was. I don't intend to ask her and discuss it at this point in time. What I can say is I know there have been a lot of notes that have been passed back and forth with information that is now just being shared. If I had known that there was an issue with the public possibly viewing what was on our screens, I would have taken steps to ensure that that wouldn't happen, and I can do that from here on in.
The court's first concern is, and the court understands that we are talking about the custody evaluation.
Yes, Your Honor. And the only reason, again, while I indicate that, is I do believe the individual who saw it is a close friend of Jennifer's and would recognize a name that was on the report or on Mrs. Conis's computer.
Well, what the court has to task the State Attorney's Office with is to find out as much information as it can as to how, first of all, the individual recognized whatever was on the screen.
Yes, Your Honor.
How they were able to see it from their vantage point. Was it broadcast? Was it live streamed? And the court is just going to have to begin tomorrow's proceeding without the jury, because what is happening at this point is there appears to be, the court has issued a protective order and sealed that custody report. If that custody report is being disseminated, and if it's being disseminated essentially with the involvement of the defendant, then the court has to take certain action. Because then it's a violation of a court order, and there would have to be a contempt hearing. Stand in a recess until tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
So there you have it. Mishi facing potentially contempt of court, a contempt of court charge. Her lawyers don't seem particularly worried. Suppose she could say, I didn't quite understand, or I don't know. But I don't know if this is really so serious. It certainly is serious in terms of the privacy of certain individuals and certain protocols, but in terms of the trial, I don't really know if it's really that important. Okay, are we going to go back to where we were? I think before we do that, let me ask you guys a quick question. First, let's just ask a very basic question. Is Jennifer's father alive right now? Is the patriarch still alive? The guy basically with all the money. Remember, the Farbers made their money in education. Right, so he is no longer alive. That's the right answer from the first couple of you. Now the next question is, did he die before Jennifer or after Jennifer? See if how well you guys know this case. Did Hilliard Farber die before Jennifer died? Remember, Jennifer was murdered on May 24th, 2019. Did her father outlive her or not? Anyone know the answer? McRamble says shortly before, I think. Locat says before Jennifer. Any other answers? Anyone know the answer to that? Anyway, so this is the answer. He died in 2017. Here's the obituary. Died peacefully at home on January 8, 2017. He was 83 years old, right? And just a little bit more information about him. He was the youngest of 4 children. He was a graduate. He earned his MBA from New York University. He served as an officer in the U.S. Air Force. He started his career at Chase Manhattan Bank. He quickly rose to be their youngest senior vice president. This is Jennifer's father, heading their bond trading desk. He was invited to serve as a Brookings Fellow in Washington. He and his wife Gloria were longtime benefactors of St. Anne's School, where Hill served on the board for 31 years. So there you have Hill founded Hillard and Farber & Co., a premier interdealer brokerage firm, and served as its chairman. He and his wife Gloria were longtime benefactors, and then it says he will be missed most dearly. In addition to his beloved wife, he's survived by his daughter, Melissa and Jennifer. And that was before any of this, so that's why he's mentioned here. Otherwise, I'm not sure if he would be mentioned. The point that I'm trying to get at is, if Hilliard was still alive when Jennifer was murdered, so if Hilliard was still alive in May 2019, do you think Jennifer would still have been killed? Let me say that again. If Jennifer's father was alive in May 2019, do you think Jennifer would still have been killed? And the reason I'm saying this is a potential motive here was that first of all, Jennifer would have inherited money subsequent to 2017. Also, Hillard was basically took Fotis under his wing and personally gave him money and gave him loans. And once there was an affair and he fell out of favor, right? Once Fotis had an affair and he fell out of favor, he could no longer go to his original benefactor. And of course, if he's now no longer alive, is Jennifer going to give him money and going to give him loans? Answer, probably not. So how can he get hold of the money from the Faber fortune? Well, one way is through inheritance, through getting the custody of the children who inherit part of the estate as well. And I think they stood to inherit, I think it's cumulatively $2 million. And so if he's in the middle of a custody battle and he can either share custody, or if he loses custody, then in his mind, he may lose that paycheck, $2 million. Whereas if Jennifer disappears, that money, which is really for maintenance and other costs, but he then has access to. So it's quite interesting to think about it from that respect. Jennifer's father dies, you have that barrier in terms of Fotis getting his paws onto Faber money, Faber finances. That's one barrier that's removed. Getting rid of Jennifer was to him perhaps another barrier. Something else that's just pretty obvious. I don't think this is rocket science. The custody battle was having an adverse effect on DULOS's relationship, and vice versa. Probably it was having an adverse relationship between Troconis and DULOS. You know, you always stressed about this. When is it going to be sorted out? Why do I have to move out when you get visitation? You know, when is this going to be over? It's been 2 years of torture. When is it going to be over? Okay. I think we can go back to the morning session. You guys happy to do that?
So typically, when parties in a family matter are in disagreement on those issues, many times either the court will on its own motion, or the parties will either move the court, or the parties will agree for the appointment of a guardian ad litem.
And were you appointed as a guardian ad litem in the DULOS versus DULOS case?
I was.
When were you appointed?
My recollection is that I was appointed sometime in the end of August of 2017, on around the 24th of 2017.
So that's quite interesting. He's appointed while Jennifer was still alive, but after Hilliard had died, right? That's quite interesting.
And had the divorce already started?
It had.
How many children were you GAL for?
5 children.
What were their names?
Petros, Theodore, Constantine, Christian, and the youngest one went by Noel, but I think she was Cleopatra Noel.
And in 2017, did you meet with Jennifer Faber-DULOS?
I did.
When did you first meet her?
I met Jennifer probably shortly after my appointment, sometime in August of 2017.
Where was she living at that time?
She was living in New Canaan.
Did you ever meet her at 69 Wells Lane in New Canaan?
I did.
And
So I've got a question, and I don't mean this in a nasty way or in a mean way, just a curious question. This case, this divorce, was apparently one of the most acrimonious in Connecticut history, right? And so I would just be curious, you know, who was really responsible for authoring, suggesting, authorizing, sending out those 300 or so motions over 2 years? what do you think the answer is? 300 motions in 2 years is almost a motion every second day. Think about that. Oh, excuse me. Think about that. Imagine getting a legal motion on average one every second day. It would drive me nuts, that's for sure. I mean, I'm dealing with an insurance thing where it's really discouraging me. It really has made me feel angry and all sorts of feelings. And it's nowhere near one motion every second day. But anyway, the question is, who do you think was responsible from Jennifer's side for writing them?
Did you meet DULOS as well?
I did.
When did you meet him?
I met Mr. DULOS again around the same time, shortly thereafter, sometime in August of 17.
And Michelle Troconis, have you ever met her?
I have.
When did you meet Michelle Troconis?
I met Ms. Troconis sometime after I met Mr. DULOS in August of 17. It would have been sometime, within that month of September or so.
In 2017, did DULOS ever express to you a desired outcome between himself, Michelle Troconis, Jennifer, and 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
What was his desired outcome?
Well, when I met with Mr. DULOS, he had expressed his preferences and what he wanted to see happen at the conclusion of the case, which is ultimately, it was his goal to have everyone live in the house together, that being Ms. DULOS, along with the children, along with Ms. Troconis and her daughter as well.
He indicated he wished Jennifer, Michelle, and all the children reside at 4 Jefferson Crossing.
Correct.
When was that?
That was, I think, early on in one of my first interviews with him, sometime in 17.
Now, where was he living between 2017 and 2019?
He was living at 4 Jefferson.
As a GAL, do you attend every court hearing?
Yes, unless I'm excused by the court for some reason. Sometimes there's financial disputes that don't require the guardian's attendance. I wouldn't attend to that.
In November of 2017, was a parenting plan in place?
Yes, I was able to help the parties reach an agreement on a parenting plan somewhere around the month of November of 2017.
And what exactly is a parenting plan, if you could just explain?
A parenting plan is a document that gets filed in family cases, which really defines the issues of custody. Who gets to make what decisions for the children, how those decisions are made, where do the children live, how frequently do they see each parent, what happens during holidays, what happens during vacations. In essence, all of those things get boiled into a parenting plan. And at that time, the parties had, by agreement, reached a temporary agreement regarding parenting.
In November 2017.
So just to deal with this question, this live stream is dealing with a particular case, so we're certainly not going to be talking about that here. I watch the news every day, and I certainly absorb this aspect to the news every day. So I guess that's the answer to it. I'm not an expert. I've got my own view, and coming from South Africa, South Africa's got its position, which is certainly South Africa's contribution. But I mean, this is definitely, I don't know if you've looked at the rules for this channel. You need to stick to what we're covering. I think you should maybe go to creators who deal with this and maybe discuss it there. But I mean, you're certainly not going to discuss this in the middle of trying to get justice for Jennifer DULOS. I mean, I appreciate you thinking about it, but this is what you're trying to concentrate on at the moment.
Based on that plan, was Michelle Troconis and her daughter allowed to have contact with the children?
Yes.
How long did that last?
Well, it lasted, at least from the time of that plan, ultimately to some point in time in January of 2018.
So about 2 months.
Thereabout.
And what happened in January 2018?
Well,
So Stephanie says, I now see the evidence of a conspiracy. There was over a dozen phone calls to Fotis' phone. The only one Mishi answered was the arranged phone call to Fotis. Stephanie, a conspiracy's I'm not sure if you're seeing a conspiracy in too narrow a context. A conspiracy is planning things together, those alibi scripts, going to even after the fact, that is still part of the execution of the conspiracy. There can be a conspiracy of silence. Going afterwards to clean the vehicle, that is part of that entire conspiracy. So I don't know. I think it's quite clear. The idea certainly of one is quite clear. How explicit it was and whether it's clear beyond a reasonable doubt is another question.
Well, if I can just withdraw that, I'll strike that, Your Honor.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but didn't I mention that in my last episode, where I didn't do a live, I did a little analysis, and I showed you that was certainly what the law enforcement felt from what they expressed in the affidavit.
It's an open question. In January of 2018, what happened with respect to custody or parenting plans with relation to Fotis DULOS?
Mr. DULOS had his parenting time suspended by the court.
And what does that mean?
It means simply he was not permitted to have any contact with the children.
And that also includes Michelle Troconis?
Those orders at that time extended to Mr. Troconis as well.
For how long was Fotis DULOS not able to have any contact at all with his children?
There was a period of time for which he had no contact. Contact was gradually reintroduced sometime in the month of February of 2018. And he was able to have then limited supervised contact with the children.
What is supervised visitation?
So before he answers that, just something that I think we must constantly ask ourselves. I so often see in true crime people saying, I'm an architect and I wouldn't do that, or I was humiliated at school and I wouldn't do that, or I got divorced and I wouldn't do that, or I've got 2 kids and I blah, 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 blah. You've always got to see it, first of all, in the terms of the case, not your terms. It's okay to come afterwards and say, I can see how my situation was similar. But what you really need to do is think about it in terms of scale. So maybe you got divorced and you had 1 child. What was that like? Yeah, we've got 5 children, actually 6 if you include Mishi's child. But you basically got 5 children that are that there's custody issues over. That's quite a lot of people. That's quite a lot of kids. Not only is it 5 children, but it's 5 children who've inherited $2 million. So that now makes the stakes much higher. Then you've also got the one person in the custody battle that's about $7 million in debt. That makes the whole thing a lot more fraught. So, instead of being simplistic and saying, why didn't they just get a divorce, or why did this lead to murder? Well, because the forces that were at play here were huge. There's a huge house that I don't want to lose. There's this huge lifestyle that I don't want to let go of. There's this, can you see what I'm getting at? And so it doesn't really make sense to say, I got divorced without any problem. The issue here is everything is at a much greater scale, including the custody battle with 300 motions in 2 years. That is going to be unpleasant for anybody. Anybody's going to have feelings of bitterness, resentment, woundedness, anger, fury. In a situation like that, you want to get on with your life, and this is like a living death. It's one of the worst divorces that we've ever seen. And it is going to trigger people to feel feelings of anger. And I'm not surprised that Mishi said the B word and said the things that she did. But the part that is certainly troubling is, did it go beyond that? Did it go to literal expressions of resentment and anger and all the rest?
Supervised visitation is a form of visitation that the court will typically utilize to make sure that the safety of the children are being protected, and it would require the presence of a third party, either during the entire visit or at certain times of the visit. And the third party could be anyone from, a family member to a paid professional.
For how long did that supervised visitation plan stay in effect?
Well,
I just want to comment on what Stephanie's saying there. It does seem like she had some knowledge of the cover-up. That part seems the most obvious. She also does seem to have knowledge of the during. In terms of the before, that's a little bit harder to work out, although I think the context tells you something about the before, doesn't it? And also, did she really get into bed with her daughter because of thunderstorms? Or that night was she and Fotis planning something? The other thing, that the fact that her daughter took off that day seems to suggest premeditation that included her, doesn't it?
It was an order, not a plan. So the supervised visitation order remained in effect from January of 2018.
So I just want the mods to be aware of statements like that. We don't want to see any unambiguous statements of guilt in chat, because this person's on trial and it is a case of innocence until proven guilty. You can get into trouble for a statement like that. I can too. So mods, please just be aware of that. Okay, I'm saying that in a kind, gentle way. We want to be a fair-minded and fair-acting channel as well. It's for the court to decide that as well. We can evaluate the evidence and talk about the evidence, but we can't make those sort of pronouncements.
Through really the time period for which the case was dismissed.
And thank you for clarifying that for me. Order versus plan. Can you just explain the difference?
Sure. So when I used the term order, that was as a result of something that the court had issued, a ruling, a decision, an order. The plan, as we were talking about before, ultimately became an order, but it was because of agreement of the parties.
So
the
So I could be wrong here. This is simply my impression and my interpretation. But my impression and interpretation is that many of those 300 motions came from Jennifer's side. Bear in mind, her family could afford it. And Jennifer herself probably could afford it, having inherited from her dad recently. And so my question is, was the author, if Jennifer wanted to put pressure on Fotis and maybe get revenge for what he did to her and to them, did the person who sent those motions out, was it this guy? Was it somebody else? Was it him? Or was it from Fotis' side? I'd just be interested to know.
Supervised visitation was as a result of a court order.
The supervised visitation was a result of a court order.
So during March of 2018 and May of 2019, were there court hearings that were the subject of the supervised visitation were held of?
Yes.
Tamika.
And were any of those hearings successful for Fotis DULOS?
Mr. DULOS had sought supervised visitation, and that he sought that over quite some time. And ultimately, the court granted his request for supervised visitation when previously there was an order of no access. And I believe the court issued its ruling on that in March of 2019.
And did that, well, when there was supervised visitation that was scheduled for Photos Doulos and the children between March 2018 and May 24th, 2019, was Michelle Troconis allowed to have contact with those children?
No.
So if the children were present at 4 Jefferson Crossing between March of 2018 and May 24th of 2019, what would Michelle Troconis and her daughter have to do?
Not be present.
And was that for every visit throughout the course of that year?
It was, to the best of my recollection, after the court had entered orders in March of 19, those orders.
So another reason why all of this could have been traumatic and unpleasant and frustrating, to put it mildly, was because apparently Michelle's daughter, how do I put this? I think had feelings for one of the Troconis children. I don't know whether they were boyfriend and girlfriend. I don't know whether they were just an infatuated situation. But you can imagine how that would also impact on it at that level. So never mind how Michelle may have felt. Imagine if her own child, wants to see someone that she's got feelings towards, and she's not allowed to. Ironically, I was in a similar situation myself. We were a mixed family. And so, you're not really the person that's now part of your family isn't a stepsister or a stepbrother. It's someone that's completely different, from a completely different family. Anyway, and as a result of X and Y, it wasn't that I couldn't see this person, but it was made difficult because of certain dynamics. And I found it quite frustrating. So I'm just raising that as a aspect that may have made it also hard for Mishi, is that her daughter is also feeling punished by this woman that she probably doesn't like, right? But of course, she shouldn't be living in that house to begin with. She shouldn't be in that relationship to begin with, but she's not thinking about it that way.
Permitted the children to go back to 4 Jefferson Crossing, where they had not been permitted to go to for that prior period of time, from January of 18 up to that point in time. Okay. And so from March of 19 on, the children were permitted to go to 4 Jefferson pursuant to the orders, but Ms. Troconis could not be present.
So between March of 2018 and March of 2019, the children weren't even allowed to go to 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Correct.
And Michelle Troconis was not allowed to have contact with the children during that time period?
Correct.
In March of 2019, were the children allowed to go to 4 Jefferson Crossing?
There was no restrictions about their being able to go there, but there were restrictions as it pertained to supervision and Ms. Troconis' ability to go, to be present during the parenting time.
Did those restrictions include a supervisor continuing to be present during the visitation?
Correct.
And did those restrictions also include Michelle Troconis and her daughter having to have to leave if they were there?
Correct.
And did that stay in effect until May 24th, 2019?
Yes.
In March of 2019, did you have a telephone conversation with Photos Doulos and Michelle Troconis?
I did.
So we are now 2 months before 1 month really before the incident. We March 2019. So this is quite important.
What was the subject of that conversation?
The subject of that conversation was the decision that had just been issued by Judge Heller regarding Mr. Dulos's motion for supervised visitation.
And what was that motion for, or what was the decision?
The decision was that Mr. Dulos would be permitted to have supervised visitation with the children, but also there were limitations on that visitation, including Mr. Konis and her daughter not being able to be present.
And this conversation occurred over the phone?
That's correct.
How did Fotis Dulos sound?
On that day, Mr. Dulos was down. He was concerned, and he was upset.
And what did he say to you?
If I may, I know I have a file note on this, and perhaps if I could have an opportunity just to refresh my recollection, I want to be consistent with my note.
Well, let me ask you this, sir. Are you required to take notes as a GAL?
I am.
Is that part of your responsibilities and duties as a GAL appointed by the court?
It is.
And do you take those notes as part and parcel of your duties as a GAL? Are they done in a timely manner?
Yes.
I may just mark something here.
Yes.
I just want to refer to this comment. The nanny said that Jennifer told her that the kids felt pressured at times in terms of their water skiing. I'm sure it was a combination of them. They enjoyed it, but it was also wasn't just a sport. It was very competitive. So I think it's a combination that she was trying to protect them, but also there could have been another side to that as well. I don't think it's as clearly that she was just trying to be nasty, like you can't water ski. I think it was to some extent the kids may have communicated that they weren't enjoying it. It's hard to know the truth without hearing their side of the story. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit of ambiguity that they like water skiing. They didn't always like being pushed to perform at the highest level. Most kids don't. I was a competitive swimmer, and by the age of 11, 12, I was almost burnt out by competing so competitively. That wasn't anyone's fault. That was just the reality of the situation.
Your Honor, state's going to offer 142 if I can. Absent objection. Sir, if you can just ask you a question about it briefly.
Is there an objection to state
No, Your Honor.
142? 142 admitted as fault.
You do recognize that, sir?
I do.
What is it?
This is a copy of a note that I made to the file dated March 21, 2019.
Is that the note that you took regarding the telephone conversation between Fotis Dulos and Michelle Triponis?
Yes, it is.
And if I may, thank you. Sir, I can just have one moment, Your Honor.
A good night to those in the UK who are struggling to stay awake. It's 1 o'clock in the morning here, but I've already had my sleep.
Sir, let me ask you some questions while the machine is warming up, if you will. Did you call Photos DULOS that day? Or,
He called me.
and what did he say?
Generally speaking, he called to talk about the court's decision that had just granted his motion for supervised visitation, but it placed the restrictions on his parenting time so that Mr. Konis and her daughter couldn't be present. And generally speaking, he was upset about that.
And did he say anything?
So, you know, just on paper, you can see how this is a recipe for disaster, and also, especially if you're an entitled person, if you feel like I'm entitled to see my children, or I'm entitled to see his children, it's a recipe for disaster. So it's literally this kind of not really a love triangle. It's nevertheless a triangle, and you start off with Jennifer and Fotis, and they've got 5 kids. Then Michelle comes along, and Fotis even then insists, can't she just live with us? And, you know, I don't really love you anymore, but let's just keep the show on the road. That to me gives you the best portrait yet of Fotis. A very self-centered, narcissistic person. You know, who would do that? And this is a situation that is guaranteed to make everyone unhappy. Fotis wants his cake and eat it. He's not going to be allowed to do that. He wants to live in Jennifer's house and do so with the mistress and their kids. He's not going to really be allowed to do that either. And then Mishi also wants to do that, right? And then it takes really a judge to say, no, you can't do it that way. And then what happens? Jennifer ends up being murdered. No one is going to tell me no. No one is going to tell me what not to do. Isn't that the impression you kind of get with this? But it's really a situation where the whole family is doing things together gets totally broken up because of Mishi coming into the picture, because Fotis has an affair with her and expects to just keep doing it and keep getting away with it. He kind of wants to have an affair and go through custody, and there are going to be no consequences, no repercussions.
Specifically about expressing his feelings about the continued litigation. And if I can, I'll refer while the computer's not working out. And do you have
Thank you so much.
if that helps to refresh your recollection.
Thanks a lot for that, Susudio. Thank you. If you're watching this and you're enjoying it,
Yes.
please share
And what
the
did he say?
link on Twitter.
He indicated that he was concerned that the continued litigation would having an adverse impact on his relationship with Mr. Konis.
I don't know if you just heard what was said there, but he was denied access because he was still in an extramarital affair, and I thought this wouldn't be a good environment for the children. And I don't know, I tend to agree with that. It's a little bit like if you, and I've been in the situation once or twice, you're interested in a divorced mom and she's got young children and she doesn't really want you coming around there, perhaps sleeping over, and what are the children going to think, kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? They may not know that you just sleeping over, literally sleeping. The children may not know that, and so it's kind of about setting a good example and allowing the kids to have a home life that feels safe and secure, and you know, all that kind of thing.
And what did you say in response?
I indicated to him, really just in summary, that, the court had issued a decision which created a pathway forward for Ms. Troconis and her daughter to be able to work with me, with both parties, in an effort to try to provide access to them in a future date, but that I wasn't his lawyer and I couldn't advocate for him and, deal with issues within the context of the litigation.
And did you subsequently speak to Michelle Troconis as well?
I did.
And what did she sound like on the phone?
She was down as well. She was frustrated. She had expressed disappointment and really just a lack of understanding as to why the court had not allowed access between her and the children.
And did you make any suggestions?
I did. If I may just take a look at the note.
If you can.
Thank you.
Actually, sir, it is an exhibit and the Elmo is not working, Your Honor. I'm going to ask if the witness can just publish the note by reading it.
Well, it's a full exhibit. The witness can read it.
If you can.
Just a quick comment. I'm noticing a little bit of chatting in chat. Let's try and focus on what is being said, not on one another. We had to talk about this trial. Let's try and make comments and analysis. I mean, that's what I've been doing. Join me in thinking about this case. I think it's quite interesting. Today has really been one of the more interesting days of late. I would make it maybe the second or third most interesting day so far. So let's.
Attorney Meehan, if you wouldn't mind just reading the whole note.
Let's do that.
Not a problem. Thank you. So this is dated March 21, 2019. It's titled Phone Call with Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis. States, today I received a phone call from Fotis Dulos who wanted to discuss the court's memorandum of decision regarding supervised visitation. Mr. Dulos was upset because the court didn't grant immediate access between Michelle Troconis and Nicole and the minor children. Mr. Dulos was concerned and didn't know if he could continue on with the litigation because it was having an adverse effect on his relationship with Michelle. Mr. Dulos repeatedly asked if I could intervene and do something on behalf of the children regarding this issue. I reminded Mr. Dulos, as I have throughout the case, that I do not represent him and am not permitted to act as an advocate for either party. Fotis asked if I could speak to Michelle Troconis. I agree.
So I don't know, you get the feeling there that either Fotis was reaching like a breaking point, or Michelle was reaching a breaking point, or both, or Fotis was already starting to scheme to try and use Michelle as a way to get his way, right? But the bottom line is he's saying he's upset. Pretty sure he was upset. He seems like a guy who gets upset pretty easily. He even got upset with Pavel for not removing the seats to his vehicle. So seems a little bit of a demanding, controlling fellow.
Agreed, and he placed her on the phone. Michelle wanted to know what she had done to cause the court to order that she not be permitted in contact with the children. I informed her that the court's recent decision created a pathway for the parties to start discussing a plan to reintroduce her and Nicole to the children to work with me as GAL. I asked her even if she had ever met or spoke with Jennifer Dulos. She indicated that she hadn't, but would be open to speaking with her or meeting her for coffee to discuss being reintroduced to the children. Michelle indicated.
So that's quite interesting is, no, it doesn't seem like any effort was made either by Michelle, but you can understand Jennifer not making an effort because she's the loser in this. She loses her home. She loses her husband. She's got to battle to keep custody of her kids. The mistress doesn't make any kind of entreaty. She doesn't make any effort to try and make things better from what we gather here. She doesn't invite Jennifer for coffee, doesn't seem to do any of those things. And this is now brought up by the lawyer. Maybe we can try and do that. How do you think Jennifer's going to react?
indicated that she didn't move here for all this and that she felt badly for the children and Nicole. She believes that they have all been the victim of this litigation. She is also divorced and she doesn't act this way with Nicole's father. Her tone was calm but very down. The conversation lasted about 5 minutes with her. The conversation ended after that.
Thank you, sir. Now, that was in March of 2019?
That was March 21st, 2019.
That's really interesting. Late March, so barely a month later, Jennifer was dead.
At some point, did Fotis Doulos indicate that he thought the custody case was going to change in his favor?
Yes.
When was that?
That would have been probably at the end of April 2019.
It is now 11:17. We're going to stand in our morning recess until 11:35. Please do not discuss the case.
Of everything that's contained.
So there's a view of Mish's laptop. I'm certainly not going to try and spy on it, but that is apparently what somebody did see. If it does come up, I'm going to make sure that we don't aggravate an already aggravated situation. But that is the situation that led to this potential contempt of court hearing that's going to kick off tomorrow's session.
So I can just have a copy of what that is then.
Didn't you give her a copy? Yeah. Didn't you give it?
Attorney Meehan, you may take your seat.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can bring the jury out.
Oh, and just for the record too, Your Honor, I have no objection to that being lodged as part of the case for the state's position.
Thank you.
Michelle's tall, eh? You really get a sense that she seems to be in some ways athletic. I do wonder, was she taller than Fotis? Because he wasn't particularly tall. Enjoy your dinner, Stephanie.
Ultimately was heard in May of 2019, yes.
How did he react after that motion had been heard?
Well, the motion was started at what it had not completed, and he became frustrated after the first hearing day that we had on his motion.
Was the supervised visitation still in place after the May hearing?
It was.
And nothing had changed?
It had not.
Did you speak to Fotis Doulos after Jennifer had been reported missing?
I did.
When did you do that?
I received a phone call from Mr. Doulos the morning of May 25th, early in the morning.
How did he sound?
He was very excited in the course of the call. I mean, I have a detailed note on it.
Again, did you document a note as part of your duties as a GAL?
I did.
Okay, if I may just approach the clerk.
Yes.
Excuse me, Your Honor, the witness will be reading, just the witness could be instructed just to read it a matter of things for the interpreter.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Your Honor, state would offer 143. I don't believe there's any objection. I'd ask to be moved into evidence.
No objection to States 143.
No, Your Honor.
States 143 admitted as full.
What is 143, please?
Exhibit 143 is a copy, another file note that I made. This one dated May 25, 2019, and it's titled Jennifer Missing.
Do you make these notes, by the way, around the time that the event occurs?
I do.
And is that part of your duties as a guardian ad litem?
It's part of my practice, but yes,
Okay. As that's a full exhibit, I'm going to ask if you can read that, please.
certainly. It's titled Jennifer Missing, dated May 25, 2019. Today, I received a phone call from DULOS at 10:26 a.m., who informed me that Jennifer DULOS was missing. He stated to me, "Mike, have you heard the news?" I replied, "No." He then stated, "Jennifer is missing." I noticed the tone in his voice to not be down or somber, but to be more excited. I don't know what to attribute the tone to his voice to. I asked, "When did she go missing?" And he indicated sometime yesterday, 5/24/19. I asked him where he was yesterday and whether he had an alibi. He said he was home in Farmington all morning, then in meetings. He mentioned he had cameras in his house. He immediately asked about the children and wanted me to address their safety.
What do you think about that? Fotis is asked, "Do you have an alibi?" And he says, "Yes." He says, "I was in Farmington all morning." He wasn't. He said he was in meetings all morning. He wasn't. He said there are cameras that can prove where I was. They don't. They can't. There's 3 lies in a row, right? Just, yeah, I mean, that's also, he apparently sounds excited. That is, yeah, you can say bare-faced arrogance or bold-faced lying. I mean, that is just bold-faced lying. Very brazen, very brazen.
He told me they were in New York with Jennifer's mother and Lauren. He went on to tell me that Jennifer had made dental appointments for the children in New York and that he didn't know about the appointments or agree to them. A review of OFW shows Jennifer did advise him of a New York orthodontist.
Another lie.
On 5/13/19 via OFW and offered to advance the cost. I ended the call with him and began getting phone calls from Attorney Midler, New Canaan PD, and Jacob Petranker. I spoke with New Canaan PD, and they informed me of the investigation involving Connecticut State Police Major Crime Squad. They informed me that Jennifer's home in New Canaan was a major crime scene. The police asked for permission to interview the children, and I authorized the police to speak with them.
Sir, as part of your responsibilities as guardian ad litem between 2017 and 2019, did you speak often with Jennifer Farber-DULOS?
I did.
And after May 24th, 2019, have you heard or seen Jennifer Farber-DULOS since then?
Sadly, I've never spoken to her again.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Really interesting testimony, right?
Bless you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Heidi. Appreciate it.
Attorney Mann, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to come up and grab that back from you if you don't mind.
No problem.
Thank you. You said you were the guardian ad litem for the DULOS children from August of
Interviewing
2017
lawyer.
through 2019.
Lawyer versus lawyer.
And you were appointed by the court.
Ultimately, yes.
Is that a situation where the parties need to agree to have you appointed?
Not always, but in this case, the parties reached an agreement on my appointment.
By parties, it would be Jennifer DULOS and Fotis DULOS?
Correct.
And Fotis DULOS and Jennifer DULOS were engaged in litigation during that time period
2017, yes.
related to parenting and custody?
Correct.
And that litigation was between them. It wasn't Michelle Troconis. She wasn't a party to that in any way.
Ms. Troconis was not a party to their divorce, though.
The court can appoint you as a GAL. You can have certain duties. Some of those duties can be limited by the court.
Correct.
Were your duties limited in any way when you were appointed by the court to be the guardian ad litem for the DULOS children?
Only to the extent that the parties had reached a signed agreement that set forth my duties, but those duties really mirrored the official duties as listed on a court form that we have. So in essence, it was all duties.
And were your duties ever during that time period restricted in any way by the court?
No.
As the guardian ad litem, you had said that you represent the best interests of the children,
That's correct.
that you're basically the eyes of the court.
That's correct.
You're a fact finder for the court.
Correct.
You don't work for FOTUS.
No.
You didn't work for Jennifer DULOS.
Correct.
And you certainly don't work for Michelle.
That's correct.
During those 2 years, between 2017 and 2019, and not to get into what you said, but did you at times report to the court about your findings and what you thought was in the best interest of the children?
I did.
Did you do that based on interviews with the children?
Amongst other things, yes.
Also interviews with FOTUS DULOS
Correct.
and Jennifer?
Correct.
And you met Michelle before?
I have.
You, I think, had dinner once at Fort Jefferson Crossing sometime at the end of 2017?
I did.
And you also spoke to mental health experts
I did.
and treatment providers.
Yes,
Did you also speak to the parties' attorneys?
I did.
Did both parties have attorneys?
Good point.
Ms. Doulos was represented by counsel the entire time, and Mr. Doulos was represented by counsel at times, was also self-represented at times.
Let's start with Ms. Doulos. She had an attorney at one point. To start out, was that attorney Eric Broder?
Correct.
Did she at some point switch attorneys?
She did.
And she had Ruben Midler represent her?
Correct.
At some point, FOTUS DULOS had an attorney named Jacob Petranker.
That's correct.
Did he at some point switch attorneys?
He did.
Was Mike Rose one of his attorneys?
He became one, yes.
Was Mike Rose FOTUS DULOS's attorney in April and May of 2019?
I believe so, yes.
You had said at times that FOTUS represented himself.
Correct.
Did FOTUS file his own motions?
He did.
Did he make his own arguments to the court?
He did.
FOTUS isn't an attorney, is he?
Not to the best of my recollection.
So that is also a sign or a symptom that there's a legal shitstorm going on where you have both parties hiring and firing lawyers, right? And even Michelle Troconis has gone through more than one lawyer. In fact, in terms of this case, if you go between Jennifer's lawyers, FOTUS's lawyers, and Michelle Troconis' lawyers, it's easily somewhere between half a dozen and a dozen lawyers. And then there's also a lawyer that is apparently implicated in the conspiracy as well. It's pretty crazy.
To get a timeline here, you talked about sometime in January of 2018, you had said that FOTUS's visitation was suspended by the court.
That's right.
And at some point in the spring of 2018, were you aware that FOTUS had filed a motion to modify that order?
That's correct.
During the course of the spring of 2017, there were many months of hearings
Of 18.
of spring of 2018.
Yes,
And those hearings occurred over the course of several months
that's correct.
related to visitation,
Amongst other issues, yes.
parenting issues though.
Correct.
During the course of those hearings in the spring of 2018, from January until mid 2018, did the court ever enter interim orders?
The court did.
And were those orders permitting FOTUS to have supervised parenting time with the children?
Yes,
Was FOTUS's supervision had by a court-ordered supervisor?
yes,
Was that Dennis Puebla
that's correct. And his group.
and his group? So other people who worked for Dennis Puebla would also be monitoring that supervised visitation.
That's correct.
So during the course of those hearings, pursuant to the court's orders, FOTUS would be able to visit with the children.
During that time period, yes.
At some time during that time period, there was a court-ordered custody and psychological report that was to be prepared.
That's correct.
Is that requested by the parties?
Are you asking me in this case or just in general?
Can either party request it in general?
Either party has the right to ask the court to appoint a court-appointed evaluator or to ask the Office of Family Relations to conduct a custody study.
And that custody study helps the court make a decision related to custody and parenting issues.
It is a piece of information that the court can consider when entering orders for custody, yes.
And in this
Thanks a
case,
lot,
do you know
MK.
whether
Thank
one of
you.
the parties requested that such a custody report be prepared?
I believe so, yes. I'm trying to recall the time period.
Was it sometime in 2018?
There was a motion to have a private custody evaluation. I believe the motion was filed, yes, by one of the parties.
In 2018.
That's correct. It may have been filed sometime in 17, but acted on in 18.
Not getting into the contents of this particular custody report at all, I'm talking about custody reports in general. You had mentioned that sometimes they're prepared by family relations.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury a little bit what family relations role is here in the courthouse related to custody evaluations?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. Relevance to anything in general with respect to the
Well,
custody, family relations.
There's already been testimony that the custody evaluation was prepared by a private party and not family relations, so it's not relevant.
I can ask related to private ones. Can you tell the jury a little bit about what in general a custody report entails?
Just before we continue with this, just to note that tomorrow we are going to see the third interview. So just think of it as trial day 23, and we'll be seeing the third interview with police. As far as I know, we've only seen two so far. We've seen the one where she kind of goes on her knees in front of her attorney and seems to beg him. We've seen the other one where they're kind of in a almost like a boardroom setting. And of course, the third one's the most important because that's where she fundamentally, foundationally changes her testimony. She basically says something similar. It's a similar narrative in the first two, and then she breaks. She breaks the. Anyway, it's inconsistent what she says in the third one, and that's what we're going to be looking at length tomorrow, trial day 23.
Object, Your Honor. Relevance to.
The court understands the question. Custody reports are going to entail, all custody reports don't entail the same information. So that question
Good
is
point.
too general to be useful to the jury.
So, that's such a good way of thinking about it. The things that relate to your own family, your own children are now not being, you can't just be spontaneous and let's do this, let's do that. If your kids want to do this or do that, they can't. You're now having an outsider determining with like a ruling, like with an iron fist, what happens, when it happens, and it's sort of like a timetable as well. It's really not fun. It's really not fun.
I can ask follow-up questions, Your Honor. Do custody reports involve interviews with the parties?
Generally, yes.
Sometimes do they involve evaluations by treatment providers,
Sometimes, yes.
mental health treatment providers?
Sometimes, yes.
And one of the factors that is addressed in custody reports is a parent's psychological status.
That is one of the factors under our custody statute.
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
These questions are running over the double yellow line. Sustained.
In this particular report, was somebody appointed to conduct a custody evaluation?
Yes.
Who was appointed as an evaluator?
Objection.
Report was
Just
about
go
to
a
be
little bit
completed.
forward.
Objection.
I do know that later on, he was asked whether Fotis lied and he didn't want to answer the question. Wonder if we can get to that point.
I became aware that she was looking to move away from all this, yes.
And by all of this, you mean the litigation?
That's correct.
All right, because it was your understanding that Michelle didn't have that kind of relationship with her family
That's correct.
or the father of her child,
Correct.
and it was very disappointing to her,
That's what you'd expressed to me, yes.
and she didn't want to be around it.
Correct.
And she told you she felt bad for the kids.
She did.
So what do you make of that? The mistress saying, I feel bad for the kids. Nicole Kessinger saying, I feel bad for the kids. Crystal Kenny saying, I feel bad for the kid. Who do they feel bad the most for, do you think?
You explained that the court's order was a positive development,
Correct.
that it represented progress.
Correct.
And you did think that at the time?
Yes.
All right. And things were progressing.
Slowly, but yes, they were progressing.
I mean, you may remember Nicole Kessinger saying to Chris Watts, I don't want to be second fiddle. I don't want to be the second most important person in someone's life. And that tends to be the role of a mistress. Otherwise, they'd be married. And you can imagine Michelle Troconis feeling very much second fiddle whenever the kids came to visit over a weekend. She must move out. That's really going to feel second fiddlish, isn't it?
Through the courts,
Correct.
pursuant to the court orders.
Correct.
And at the time, Fotis was working with his attorney?
Yes.
At that time, it was Mike Rose?
Yes.
Sometime in April or May of 2019, there was a custody report that
Good
was
point.
completed.
Correct.
Do you remember what date that was?
It would have been sometime in the last week of April, perhaps the 26th or 27th of April, 2019.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a document?
Perhaps.
All right, may I approach her?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning as to when, what date, what any particulars.
Well, in this particular case, there was no agreement previously by the parties regarding the publication or dissemination of the report. It's my general practice with these types of reports that they not be provided to parties or to their counsel unless there's a court order that limits or controls the dissemination or the use of such a report, because we don't want these reports falling into the public realm in any way. And in this particular case, there was no actual court order in that regard, but there was discussions and work towards that. So that's to answer your question.
So you did not disseminate the report to anybody,
Correct.
but the parties had an opportunity to review that report at your office?
That's correct.
Did Fotis come to your office and review that report?
With his counsel, yes.
He was there with Mike Rose
That's correct.
and reviewed the report, and you indicated that as a result of the report, he was encouraged.
That's correct.
And without getting into the discussion, did he tell you why he felt encouraged?
Well, that's going to run counter to the protective order. The court's not going to allow that question.
All right. You had also indicated he was upset and outraged.
That's correct.
As a result of reviewing that report, did Fotis's attorney file a motion with the court?
He filed a motion with the court.
Was that a motion for custody?
No, object, Your Honor.
Well, the fact that the parties read the report, the next question gets into what would be the nature of what he read such that he would file a motion for custody, which gets into the content of the report.
This is my last question in that
It
line.
doesn't
Your
matter whether it's the last question. The question is whether it's inadmissible, sustained.
In May of 2019, was it your expectation that FOTUS's access to the children was going to continue to progress?
Objection.
Sustained.
In May.
So, this is courtroom theatrics 101. The jury are not legal experts, that the jury's not aren't lawyers, but the jury can kind of take a cue from which counsel gets the most objections overruled and which counsel gets the most objections sustained. And in that sense, it's a very simplistic way of putting it, but they can start favoring one side over the other, even if they're not really paying much attention to what's happening, or perhaps they don't understand much of it. And that's why, a counsel's got to be, an attorney on either side's got to be very careful getting themselves in a position where opposing counsel objects and it's sustained. Equally, where opposing counsel objects and is overruled, especially if it's them. And I don't know, if you ask me, the defense in this case, just as in the Murdoch case, got overruled over and over and over again. I'm trying to think of not the Murdoch case, the Laurie Vallow case. The defense got overruled constantly, and it just doesn't send it doesn't give the jury a sense of confidence in the arguments they're making, either if the opposing side object and they're sustained, or if they object and they're overruled, right? And I just think in terms of that score, it's another way of scoring the trial. The defense aren't doing terribly well. They did score quite a major victory yesterday, where they succeeded in getting testimony suppressed. Again, it's excluding information because we don't want to talk about it, we don't want to think about it, we don't want to argue about it.
Of 2017, was Jennifer DULOS more agreeable to visitation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, in May of 2007.
Of 19, I apologize, Your Honor.
Come on.
Well, if that question isn't covered by the notes, the court is not going to risk having any content pulled from the page of the custody report.
It's not from the
with that
custody report,
question.
Your Honor. You were still the GAL in May of 2019,
Yes.
and you were still involved with parenting and custody issues related to FOTUS DULOS?
Yes.
And part of those, one of the aspects of that was supervised visitation?
Correct.
Were you aware that Mr. DULOS was allowed supervised visitation during that period?
Yes.
Was that supervised visitation a little more flexible during that time period?
Just so I understand the time period, which time period are you referring to?
In May of 2019.
The parties had been communicating a little more frequently and with a little more ease.
With a little more ease?
Yes, in regards to his parenting time.
And were you aware that Jennifer had allowed FOTUS to visit with the children at her home?
Yes, I was aware of that.
At 69 Wells?
Yes.
Following that filing by Fotis's attorney, Mike Rose, in May of 2019, there were court hearings?
Yes,
And were there scheduled court hearings for after May 24th, 2019?
yes.
You had another conversation with Mr. DULOS on May 25th, or 25th, 2019, or was it 24th, 2019?
I spoke with Mr. Doulos, if I recall, on May 25th, 2019.
And he told you that Jennifer was missing?
Correct.
He also told you that Jennifer had scheduled dental appointments for the kids?
Correct.
And he told you that he was unaware of them?
I'd have to look at the note as to whether or not he was aware of it or not.
All right, we're looking at it, refresh your recollection?
Please.
Hi, Yvonne. Good to see you here. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, can I have the question again?
Yeah. You all set?
Yes.
In that phone conversation, Fotis told you that the children had a dental appointment in New York of which he was unaware.
Correct.
And he told you he didn't agree to that?
I don't recall if he said he didn't agree to it, other than just he was not aware.
You were able to check in something called OFW?
That's correct.
Is that Our Family Wizard?
That's correct.
Can you tell the jury what OFW, Our Family Wizard, is?
Certainly. Our Family Wizard, also known as OFW, is a computer service, application service that sometimes are used in cases that allows parents to be able to communicate back and forth with each other. And many times when we have cases like we had in this case, we use that as a tool so that we can document when messages are sent between parents, and the guardian is sometimes invited into those communications. As I was here, I can monitor these communications. And it also allows each parent to see if, as and when, certain messages, when they're sent, are read. Because many times these involve decision-making issues. They need to be done in a timely fashion. And frequently we are met with, I didn't know, I wasn't aware, when we can track that on OFW.
In this case, you were able to track that?
That's correct.
And you knew that Fotis was in fact aware that there was a dental appointment?
Via the OFW message.
And that Fotis had lied?
So I know the first time I watched this, I was quite surprised that he didn't want, like, he's Jennifer's attorney, but he nevertheless isn't eager to say Fotis lied. I don't know whether that's out of a legal caution, abundance of caution, or some other reason. Let's just go back a few seconds. So he's really being asked, did Fotis lie? Right?
Via the OFW message.
And that Fotis had lied?
If that's what you want to call it.
And Fotis lying had been a problem throughout the course of your role as a GAL from 2017 to 2019?
Again, Your Honor, I don't.
So yeah, he turns to the judge, and I want to ask you guys a question. How does Fotis lying help the defense in this case? Think about that, because they kind of trying to emphasize that here, and that to the extent that it's making the witness quite uncomfortable. Think about it. How does Fotis lying make? How does that suit the defense case? See how many of you are thinking critically. Yeah, okay, so technically is actually the children's representative. anyway, the question stands. How does the attorneys trying to emphasize that Fotis lies and lied frequently? How does that suit his case? I wouldn't say that, Claudia. Anyone got an answer? There we go. Great answer. That's what I'm looking for. So if Fotis lied to Michelle, Fotis manipulated Michelle, Michelle's the innocent victim, Fotis told all sorts of stories, Fotis is a liar, and that's why Michelle got caught up in this, because she didn't really know what was going on. Why? Because Fotis lied to her. Well done, Erica. Good job. I wish I could give you a super chat.
I don't mean to interfere, but if the question's going to information that would call for me to have to testify about something that was subject to a sealed proceeding.
Well,
I can ask.
At this point, this is now character evidence. And so the code the code states that evidence of a person's character is not admissible to prove action and conformity therewith on a particular occasion. However, there may be evidence introduced as to character for truthfulness or untruthfulness, but that can only be done by opinion or reputation, not at the start by specific instances of conduct.
Attorney Mann, you didn't.
So the court hasn't finished.
Thank you.
Sustained.
Thank you. You, as the guardian ad litem, did not represent Mr. DULOS.
No.
But you had many conversations with him throughout the course of your representation of the children.
Correct.
Was it your opinion that Mr. DULOS lied an awful lot?
Yes.
There's your answer. But I think equally the question is, and I don't want you guys to answer it, it's for the jury to decide, if Fotis lied a lot and even asked his kids to lie, then, and Michelle was with him, and Michelle participated in the alibi scripts and in cleaning the truck and in him doing his garbage run. Do you think Michelle, and I'm not asking you to answer this, just to reflect on it, if Fotis lied a lot and Michelle was with Fotis and Michelle seemed to participate to some extent, did she lie? And I guess tomorrow we're going to be dealing with that, trial day 23. In her third statement, does she suddenly deviate from what she's been saying all along? Had she been lying? And so it's basically this little equation, Fotis lies a lot, / does Michelle lie a lot? Does Michelle lie? Because, you know, not all liars are murderers, but all murderers are liars. And someone who's conspiring to murder probably lies a lot as well. There's a little bit of an addendum to that.
When you were speaking to Mr. DULOS on May 25th, 2019, he told you that Jennifer was missing?
Correct.
And you asked him where he was the day before?
Correct.
And whether he had an alibi?
Correct.
And you told him to make sure he had every second accounted for.
I'd have to look at the note again to see exactly what I said.
Do you recall telling him words to that effect?
Again, I'd have to look at the note, Attorney Felsen.
May I approach, Your Honor?
So, yeah, that's a good point, Robbie Robin. Pauline says it's terribly hard to prove. I agree with you. I don't know whether I agree that Michelle will be found guilty or not. I mean, but because a lot has been proved thus far. How many cases have you ever seen where there's an alibi script? Imagine if there's an alibi script in the McCann case. Imagine if there's an alibi script in the Ramsey case. That's an incredible piece of evidence in itself, an alibi script. So you're right, it's terribly hard to prove, but there is quite a lot of evidence. That's why it's a, 6-week trial or even longer. Is something going to happen?
I've had a chance to refresh my
Thank
recollection.
you.
I don't see that in the note.
Whether or not you see that in the note, do you recall having a conversation with Fotis about accounting for his time on that day?
I think we had a general conversation about that. That's the reference to the being at home and the cameras, et cetera.
And the importance of doing that?
Well, I didn't give him any instruction of what was important or not.
You didn't give him any instruction at all, right?
Correct.
That he should have his time accounted for.
Again, I don't think I gave him any instruction.
It wasn't an instruction, but you did discuss that with him.
I discussed where he was, what he was doing, whether or not he had an alibi.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and so that kind of concludes my coverage as well. I'm going to just be showing a little clip from Fox 61, and I've also used their feed. And we're just going to have a quick review of today. Should be not much longer.
Great that you're champs out there today. But to be champs every day, you need good hygiene.
Let's just skip through that.
On May 25th, 2019, the day after Jennifer Farber-Dulos went missing, attorney Michael Meehan got a phone call from her estranged husband, Fotis Dulos.
He stated to me, "Mike, have you heard the news?" I replied, "No." He then stated, "Jennifer is missing." I noticed the tone in his voice to not be down or somber, but to be more excited.
Meehan began working with Fotis and Jennifer.
And, I often hear that someone's effect is meaningless and that everyone responds differently. But you can see how even years later, this particular person has remembered that, wow, he actually sounded quite excited. He didn't sound worried. He didn't sound, and I mean, you could argue it the opposite way, that even if he didn't murder her, he may have felt excited that Jennifer's missing. This person that's been the thorn in his side for 2 years, she suddenly disappeared. Maybe that's good for him. But it turned out to be something a lot more of a red flag, didn't it? And so someone's affect, the sound of their voice, the tone of their voice, the facial appearance, their response to something that should be a certain way is very important in our human relations. It can tell you when something serious is going on that could be bad for you, and it could be something that's maybe not that serious, but that's also has your interest at heart. These are things we need to pay attention to. And so a simple thing like that, he was right. There's something wrong with him being excited that his ex-wife is missing. You know, a good, innocent ex should be nevertheless concerned, right? Thanks a lot, Hazel Eyes.
Jennifer 2 years prior as a guardian representing the kids during their divorce. At that time, Fotis had goals involving his then.
So if you look at this part of your screen, there's a whole bunch of people on it. I just wonder what that's all about.
And girlfriend, Michelle Triconis.
It was his goal to have everyone live in the house together, that being Ms. DULOS, along with the children, along with Ms. Triconis and her daughter as well.
But as time went on, in March of 2019, Fotis was only allowed to see his children under supervision, and Triconis wasn't allowed to be there.
What would Michelle Triconis and her daughter have to do?
Not be present.
Something Meehan says Fotis was worried about.
He was concerned that the continued litigation would have an adverse impact on his relationship with Ms. Triconis.
What did she sound like on the phone?
She was down as well.
It's quite funny that not really funny, it's ironic that he says that it could have an adverse impact on himself and Triconis when of course it was having a massively adverse impact on Jennifer. I mean, what's a more adverse impact than I'm not very happy with this, guess what I'm going to do about it? So, you know, that's the real story here. Of course, the story next to that story is that it did have an adverse impact on Michelle, and she says so herself. She says it was 2 years of torture, a 2-year-long nightmare, and she also said that she wanted to get away from it. She wanted to be done with it.
She was frustrated. She had expressed disappointment and really just a lack of understanding as to why the court had not allowed access between her and the children.
Well, first they asked for our video.
Earlier in the day, jurors heard from Fotis's Farmington neighbor, Garrison Hudkins. He also spoke with Fotis shortly after Jennifer went missing.
He asked me how long we retained our security video and to make sure it didn't get deleted because he needed to prove that he was there on Friday.
Hudkins checked his surveillance cameras, seeing this 5 days after Jennifer went missing, showing the red Toyota Tacoma with a rental car trailing behind. He handed it over to police.
Based upon the fact of what we had.
Just something else to consider. Imagine you want to go and clean a vehicle. I'm just talking in terms of how spoiled and money splurging Fotis was, and I guess Michelle potentially along with that. You want to go and clean a vehicle, so now you're going to hire a vehicle, and not just any vehicle, a Yukon, a pretty huge vehicle as well, just to go and clean a vehicle. How much do you think cleaning that red Toyota Tacoma, which the owner himself didn't even necessarily want clean, how much do you think that cost in terms of the car hire and the cleaning of the vehicle as well? Could it have been close to $500 or $1,000? What do you guys think?
Learned from the media at that point in time and the visits to North End, I had two cars leaving in tandem, which
Maybe
was not
650.
consistent with normal vehicle movement patterns.
The defense pointing this out during cross-examination.
But you wouldn't consider Mr. DULOS a friend, would you?
I would not.
In fact, when you talked to the police, you told them that he was condescending towards women.
He was very condescending to my wife.
You found that a little offensive, I take it.
I did.
That's quite something. You know, he wasn't just condescending, he was especially condescending towards women. And if you think about it, he is a bit of a pretty boy. He had a relationship with Jennifer when he was still married, as far as I know, then cheats on Jennifer, and then also dumps Mishi for Anna, what's his name? Anna Curry. So he seems to see women as, to some extent, objects and disposable objects.
Outside of court Thursday, Troconis' mom speaking with reporters.
It has been a tragedy for us, and I'm sure it's a tragedy for the farmer family too. But we want this to end and to my daughter to be okay again and to regain our life.
Now,
and that statement is, I think, exactly how Mishi felt. We want this to end, meaning the whole divorce custody thing. We want this to end, and we want to get on with our life. Isn't that exactly how Michelle Troconis felt? Anyway, we'll be back here tomorrow. I'm not going to go beyond the 4-hour mark. We'll be back here tomorrow for trial day 23, and it's going to be a very interesting day. We're going to deal with the third day's testimony. Sorry, what am I saying? The third interrogation that Mishi gave, which deviated from the first two. Let's hold thumbs that the audio is going to be better than the second, and the audio and the visuals in the second were better than the first. Let's hope the third is better than the second. I guess we'll see.
at the end of the day, there was a development just happening moments ago where the state brought up concerns about Troconis potentially displaying sealed divorce documents on her computer during the course of the trial for the public to see and for everybody else to see as we're live streaming this entire thing. Now, the judge says if that is the case, it would be in violation of a court order and could potentially result in having to hold a contempt hearing. And he says that they're going to be bringing.
So that is how tomorrow's going to kick off. I do think that's yet another slap on the wrist from the defense side. You know, a very on the ball defense counsel would have been aware of this, would have made sure that this didn't happen. I don't know whether the jury will be aware of this, but it certainly robs the defense of quite a lot of momentum. Not that they had any to begin with, but certainly in our eyes, how compared to each side, how well are the defense doing? It's an open question. Okay, as Jalsi says, thank you everyone for being here. Just good seeing Stephanie a little bit earlier. Welcome to the new subscribers. If I go live tomorrow, please share while we're live. Let's try and get to 300 watching. It's quite a modest number for this channel. So, you know, while you're watching, if you're enjoying the analysis, please share. But thanks so much for the super chats. I know a couple of you gave out a couple of memberships. Thanks a lot for that. Today was, I think, quite a colorful, interesting, and very useful trial day. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Mods, thanks so much for being here. All the usual folk, it's also been very good to have you with us as well. Barbara Collins, Robbie Robin, Yvonne, and many others. I'm not quite sure how to say your name, but it's really been good to have someone who's also a guardian ad litem in chat that can, you know, give some insights into your experience and to your knowledge. So that's been very useful. We hope to see you tomorrow as well. Okay, thanks a lot, guys. I hope so. McRamble says they're making effective arguments that do disrupt the flow of this, which I think is what they're trying to do. And I mean, by disrupting it, often Schoenhorn's bottom line comes through, which is this relevant? Is any of this relevant to my client? What does this have to do with my client? That's the perception he's trying to put in. It should be at around about 3 p.m., around about the same time as today. But check my channel for confirmation. You'll know closer to the time. Again, thanks very much. Take care, and I will see you guys next time. By the way, at the very end of this little clip is my Twitter handle. That is my Twitter handle. So you can follow me there if you aren't already. Okay, until tomorrow, trial day 23. Thanks, and see you guys next time.